Good evening, Reston Association members and others who are interested in our activities, especially. We've got a RASER report tonight, so I hope a lot of people have joined to hear about that as we reflect on that. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and establish quorum. I see, first up on my screen, I see Sarah representing Member at Large. I see John Mooney for North Point. Bob Petrine, Member at Large and Treasurer. Oh, I forgot to say John Mooney's our secretary too. Karen Anton, our Hunters Woods and our VP. Aaron Webb, Lake Ann Tall Oaks, and also our financial liaison to fiscal. Tom McCarran, again, a member at large and our recreational facilities working group chair. Mike Collins, representing our apartment contingent. And do I see Ben? I do not see Ben, but that does establish quorum. So perhaps he will join us shortly. I do have a few opening remarks. As we close out the year, I want to thank my fellow directors for their dedication and their willingness to work long hours of board and committee meetings. As I reflect on this year, I had to do that for work, and it got me thinking about us, Reston Association. And I believe that we have accomplished much in this midpoint in our term. And we'll hear more about that from our CEO, Hank Lynch, later tonight. But first, I'd like to also give some kudos to members of the staff who have made much of our work possible. So I have two groups that I want to talk about. The first is 4 dedicated individuals who throughout this year have reached their 20 and 25-year service milestones with Reston Association. With an incredible 20 years of service, we have our mechanic, Dan Wilson. With a magnificent 25 years of service, we have 3 staff members. Our financial services supervisor, Lily Melgar, our senior administrative assistant, Sandy Bears, and our event supervisor, Ashley Soloff. So we thank each of them for their individual contributions to our org and its successes. So if we might recognize their service anniversaries, I think that's absolutely fantastic. Now, I've got some more that's really amazing. Some of the RA members are choosing to transition to their next adventure in life and are going to retire from RA at the year's end. The first is Dave Shoemaker, who has been part of our construction team for nearly 7 years as a construction supervisor. He brought 27 years as a residential contractor with him when he came to RA, and his experience as an electrician, a plumber, craftsman, and incredible handyman have been invaluable. We wish Dave well as he plans to head off to Tucson, Arizona to enjoy bike riding in the desert. What I don't know is that motorcycle riding or the traditional feet making you move. Brett Nelson joined our construction team and has been a supervisor for over 18 years. He's one of our most skilled craftsmen to ever work for the Central Services Facility. His ability to conceptualize, design, and fabricate almost any project out of any material is masterful. His positive can-do attitude and easygoing spirit is what will be missed most. We wish Brett well as he retreats to his long-loved Christiansburg home and workshop, which of course he built himself. Rita Gallmer nears her 27th anniversary with Reston Association as our accounting technician with particular emphasis on payroll, fixed assets, and general liability insurance. In her tenure, Rita, NRA, has never missed a payroll. Rita is always offering to jump in and lend a hand whenever the need arises. We will miss her fierce attention to detail and ability to work side by side with all employees with respect and patience. Last but not least, someone we've all come to know and been visible to is Claudia Thompson-Deal. She's been leading the charge on environmental resources for over 37 years by working vigorously to protect, preserve, and enhance our open space and natural areas. Claudia is like Reston's natural environment encyclopedia, as she can identify virtually every plant, bird, and bug found here. She worked to get Reston recognized as a tree city, and more recently as an international biophilic city, and has shown by her example her passion to keep Reston at the forefront of community environmental stewardship. Truly Reston's lost for almost 4 decades. We trust Claudia will be spending even more time in the woods than she did while working for RA. We will miss each of these individuals and their tireless efforts to move the organization forward, but we're excited to hear about where retirement takes each of them. So let's raise our hands and give thanks to the work that they've done for us for all these years. May they enjoy their holiday season and be safe, be well, and retire in good health and happiness. Okay. Moving on to item B, our approval of December 17th regular board meeting agenda. Does anyone wish to move to?
Moved.
Karen moves and Sarah seconds. All in favor of the agenda as listed?
Aye. Aye.
Oh, sorry, Mike, we didn't, you'll have to go back. I can't count hands when I can't see them.
Ven says aye.
Oh, thank you, Van. No, Van's here. All right, I believe that carried. Now we're on consent calendar. I know that there were a few type corrections to the board minutes on November 19th. I also had one small one, which was R versus or, but I can give that to Shelley. And then we had one committee volunteer appointment in our consent calendar. Anyone comfortable with accepting the consent calendar?
Madam President, I move that we adopt the consent calendar with the appropriate minor changes in the board minutes for November 19th.
I'll second.
Thank you, Sarah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Ben?
Aye from Ven.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. That carries. Comments. Sean, can you help me in that? Do we have any members who would like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. As of right now, John Farrell has his hand up. I will ask to unmute. John, you can go ahead.
Madam President, my name is John Farrell. I'm the president of the Colonial Oaks Cluster Association. My address is 11545 under Oak Court. It's my understanding that in executive session tonight, you will be taking up the appeal that I filed on behalf of the Homeowners Association relative to the unsightly and dilapidated condition of the Soapstone Convenience Center. This matter was filed as an appeal because we filed a complaint back in August that was presented to the Covenants Committee. And for reasons that I cannot fathom, the Covenants Committee ruled that the condition of the sidewalk in front of the 7-Eleven and the Domino's constituted normal wear and tear. And I think what's important for the board to understand is I've lived here since 1988. I lived here when that building was built in 1990. And since that building was originally built in 1990, 30 years ago, that sidewalk has never been replaced. And the question that the Covenants Committee action raises for the board is this an acceptable condition for North Point Village, Mr. Mooney? Is it an acceptable condition for the Hunter Woods Shopping Center, Madam President? I mean, this is not an acceptable. If any cluster allowed its sidewalks to deteriorate to this level and this condition, we would get cited. Homeowners get cited today if they allow algae to grow on their siding. If the deck, the wooden decks or wooden fences deteriorate to a condition much less blighted than this, we get cited. We have to have a uniformity. As all of you know, I do homeowner association work and I do condo work. And one of the highlights is you have to be uniform in the way that you expect people to maintain their property. We can't hold the commercial property owner to a lower standard than what we hold the cluster associations to. Would we not cite a cluster with a sidewalk in this condition and tell them they needed to replace it? Of course we would. I would expect y'all to. I would expect the covenants committee, the covenant staff to cite it. But this particular property, for reasons that beg explanation, is somehow said, okay, it's fine. You can have aggregate stone sticking up through your sidewalk. You can have a sidewalk that's 30 years old and has never been maintained, has never been repaired or replaced, and that's okay. It's normal wear and tear. This is not normal wear and tear. I mean, there comes a point where normal wear and tear gets accumulated to such a degree over time that you're dealing with neglect, you're dealing with deterioration, you're dealing with a blighted condition. And the Soapstone Convenience Center has achieved that. Now, I won't even talk about the vacant building that's been empty for 5 years. That's not part of this. But when you add the condition of this sidewalk to that vacant building, and then contrast it with the fact that Fairfax County, within the last several years, spent over $1 million to put in a new sidewalk on the east side of Soapstone, and a curb and gutters and a grass strip, and trying to beautify this part of South Lakes District. And you contrast that with the condition of this sidewalk in front of the 7-Eleven and the Domino's, which gets a huge amount of traffic and which creates an impression. And the impression it creates is that this is a slum. And we've got to stop that. I'm asking for the board to take action in executive session and afterwards to direct the owner of the Soapstone Convenience Center property to replace the sidewalk in front of that building and to override the determination of a covenants committee that says this is normal wear and tear. I look forward to the results of your deliberation, Madam President. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John.
Julie, the next person we have that's raised their hand in the participants room is the name M. I'm going to ask them to unmute and have them identify themselves.
Right, and their address. That would be quite useful. You're still on mute. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Please
I'm
identify.
It always comes out as I keep trying to fix that. I live at Lake Anne, and I have a comment and a request.
Excuse me.
The comment,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Can you repeat your name and address, please?
Oh, sure. May Faruqi, 1632, the Chimney House, Lake Anne.
Thank you.
Lake Anne of West. So my comment was, you might have heard, and you may have heard of an issue of taking down healthy trees without proper permission here at Lake Anne. This issue was pushed. I want to clarify the matter because this issue came up to the board last year as the finance chair, and it was rejected by the board because the trees were healthy. And just so you know, there has been a contested election here at Lake Anne, and we have a self-declared board. We have two boards actually, and one of them is self-declared and illegitimate and has been rushing to take all kinds of decisions. And that is going to continue to be the case until the issue is resolved. It has not been resolved yet. Our attorney who caused the whole problem did acknowledge that this board is illegal, but they are rushing to take decisions that are not what the legitimate board had taken. I just want to make sure we clarify this, because I was part of those people who had said that these healthy trees should not be brought down. The other issue, which I would like to have Sarah, perhaps, I had mentioned it to Sarah and she had said that she would look into it. There have been a number of studies that show that the choice of trees that are planted in a community are a main reason for the extreme rise in pollen in the fall, especially in the spring. And that leads to a very big increase in allergic reactions, especially in children. And there has been a significant increase in pollen here in Reston. And I was wondering if RA could look into this matter, if Sarah could look into, have RA look into this matter, address this issue with developers and conservationists. It seems the choice of the trees that are planted and not being careful and not making sure there is the proper balance of male and female trees might lead to a huge increase in pollen in the community. And that's it. That's what I wanted to bring up to the commit to RA, and I hope that Sarah will look into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate
I would
it.
share the question with EAC. Julie was forwarding the question to Deb.
Okay, Julie, our next person raising their hand through the participants tab is Erwin Flashman. Erwin, I'm going to unmute you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. My comment this evening is directed to the proposed amendment of the Resolution 12 of covenants and the Design Review Board, which is, I believe, scheduled as item F this evening. And it's on page 46 of the materials that were published with the agenda for this evening. And particularly, it is under the title of What is Inspected? And in the first line, it reads after the first sentence, staff shall not enter fully enclosed fenced yards during these inspections except through owner requested inspections. I would like to suggest that that be amended and that it should read that staff shall not enter fully enclosed fenced yards during these inspections except with the consent of the owner or when accompanied by a court order. It seems totally unnecessary to go get a court order in the first place, but if you think that that is appropriate, then go ahead and do it. But to cut yourself off and simply not allow an inspection doesn't make any sense. It is something that you have a right to undertake. It is part of what is expected by the Reston Association when properties are in a shabby condition. And you are simply saying, we're not going to enforce in what's in a totally enclosed yard if the owner doesn't consent. That doesn't make any sense. And why you would do that is beyond me.
Thank you, Erwin.
And next we have Cliff Berg.
And Cliff, your letter to the board was included in our packet.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, thank you, and thank you, other board members. My name is Clifford Berg, and my wife, Jacqueline Jacobson. We have different last names. It's very modern. Anyway, I'm sorry?
We need your address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's we live on Lake Audubon. The address is 2084 Lake Audubon Court.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we've lived in Reston for a long time. We used to own a home on Cutwater Court nearby here on Lake Thoreau. and we sold it to downsize and are renting the house that we're currently in. And we discovered that there was a rule change, I believe, that forbids renters from owning a floating dock. And we purchased a floating dock, not realizing that. And it's my fault. I think there was communication to us that it wasn't allowed, but somehow I forgot that or lost it or didn't see it. So I take responsibility for that. But I did obtain a floating dock. And so now we have one, and it is very important to us. We do use it, and we ask the owner, who is Paul Foster of Long and Foster. This is an investment property of his, and he's not willing to own a floating dock, but he has told us in writing that he doesn't mind if we have one. So he doesn't, at least is not concerned about a liability issue. So anyway, to cut to the chase, I don't want to take the board's time up unnecessarily. We'd like to respectfully request that the rule be reconsidered and maybe refined a little bit, so that I understand the reason for the rule is that maybe some people had abandoned boats of types which created a problem. But we're very happy to put down a deposit with whatever cognizant party is appropriate, with the cluster or the resident association or our landlord. We would, our request is that the rule be modified so that, there are circumstances in which a renter is allowed to own a floating dock if the property owner doesn't wish to own one. And that's our request.
All right, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sean?
At this point, we do not have any other hands raised. If there are any members that would like to make comment at this point, we would ask you to raise your hand in the participants tab. It looks like Tammy Petrine is interested in making a comment.
Tammy, welcome.
Thank you. Tammy Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way, Reston. Speaking as Reston 2020, because I have a couple things I want to mention. First of all, thank you to all who work hard for RA, including all volunteers, and happy holidays to all of you. Number two, I totally agree with with Irwin on the backyard, enclosed backyard issue. Number three, I'm really excited to be here tonight to hear about RASER. And in that vein, I want to thank all of our retirees, but especially Claudia Thompson Deal for her heroic 37 years of service and her role in promoting the biophilic goal. We will miss her terribly, and I'm just sick that we cannot celebrate these retirees in person with because of COVID. The fifth and last thing I'd like to say is not something I had hoped to ever mention, but I received our assessment bills. Enclosed in them, in the Dear Resident Association property owner letter, is a pie chart. I am involved in RA. I come to meetings. I listen. I know, I think, more than the average bear. And the pie chart to me is entirely incomprehensible. I am distraught that this chart is so opaque or whatever, vague and poorly structured and defined that no one could ever decide how much money goes to personnel or any other thing. The captions of the captions of the pie sections are completely confusing. So I am so sad. I thought we were going for great communications with members, and we pay for a huge communications budget, and this is what we have. And I'm really sad. I hope I never see another thing like this. When I get information from RA, I want to be able to understand exactly what it's trying to communicate. And what this communicates to me is that the board or the fiscal department or somebody doesn't want me to know. So thank you again. And I'm sorry to end up on a negative note, but appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else? By the way, I do believe that there is as soon as we can, we will have an in-person celebration of some of our retirees and past contributors. So I know that Hank's got that plan, but we're waiting to figure out when we might be able to do that. Hopefully it will be in the first half of 2021.
Madam President,
Yes, John.
just to comment on the comments, we will have an opportunity to discuss John Farrell's points later, as we will Irwin's, but with Mary's, and I'm sorry, Mary, I did not catch your last name, but Mary's concern about trees, Cliff Berg's proposal for deposits that might allow renters to have floating docks, and Tammy's concern about the pie chart included in the assessment bill. I would appreciate if we could hear at the appropriate time from the CEO on his reflections on those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I know that certainly on Cliff's matter, some discussion has been going on within staff on that, because we had received that query a number of weeks ago. So as far as the trees, maybe we'll hear more from that a bit later as we go along. But our trees, some of our trees are very old. So with no more member comments, I'd like to move into the highlight of the evening, I hope, and that is the Environmental Advisory Committee's annual report, RASER, with Doug Britt, our committee chair. So I'd like to yield the floor to him. And Sean, if you can assist on helping Doug share with us.
Thank you, Madam President. Sean, will you be able to put can you put the first slide up?
I believe Mike is getting that
Okay.
situated.
Thank you. Now we've got a lot to get through tonight, so I'll try to go relatively fast. Next slide, the Reston Association State of the Environment Report. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
All right.
There we go.
All right. I had it set up for animation. Hopefully you can do that. If not, it's no big deal, but it would be nice if we can do it that way.
Doug, the animation doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. All right. We'll go without it then. Thanks. You can bring this first slide back up. The Reston Association State of the Environment Report was prepared by an all-voluntary RASER project team under the Environmental Advisory Committee. The first RASER report was published back in June of 2017, and in 2018, We decided to make this report a biennial, that is every 2-year update instead of an every year update. Next slide, please. Go up, you've gone too far. Up one more. The purpose of the RASER is fivefold: to summarize environmental data in one publicly accessible document, to establish environmental baseline for our community to identify future trends, to provide information that will help shape future Reston policies and programs, to educate and inform our residents about the environmental health of our community, and to create a living document that can be revised and expanded as needed for future issues. Next slide. The report's organized around first a description of our environmental setting here in the community, and then the guts of it is an examination of 21 separate environmental attributes for Reston. And each of those attributes are addressed in 3 sections. One, a background that defines the attribute, an existing conditions section is what do we know about it, and a conclusions, what does it all mean? This year's report update includes 182 exhibits, which include graphs, tables, and photographs for those who like visual imagery. And I think it really helps in understanding some of the complexities of the environmental attributes. And the report contains several hundred references, most of them with hyperlinks. So the reader who's interested in the original source or more detailed information with a click of the button can go to that while reading the document. And the report ends with a discussion of the Biophilic Cities Network and the Biophilic Pledge. Each of the attributes we look at are given an environmental status based on a subjective judgment of the best available data. We use these traffic light icons to identify whether they're good, fair, poor, or undetermined. And this year's update shows that five of our attributes are, we believe, in good shape, 8 are in fair shape, 2 we've identified as poor, and the remaining 6 as undetermined. We just don't have enough data to categorize them at this time. The environmental setting for our community is one in which we sit in the Piedmont Physiographic Province. This is the remnants of ancient worn down mountain range. Our climate is considered humid subtropical. 2018 was the wettest year on record for Reston. It was also the 2nd warmest year. And I see today that they're saying there's a 50% probability that by the end of this year, 2020, will be the warmest year on record for the Earth. So since record keeping has been made. So we have 50% chance of hitting that terrible milestone. Our population now in Reston, I'm not quite done with that, is just over 60,000. And Reston occupies a little over 17 square miles, of which 18% is open space, 11.4% natural areas, 2% open water, and 35% impervious surfaces. And communities that have more than 10% impervious surface area often have problems with stormwater runoff. And that is indeed one of our big problems that you'll hear about a little bit later. Next slide. Air quality is continuously improving. Our air quality today is much better than it was 20 years ago. We currently meet all 6 federal ambient air quality standards except for ground level ozone. And the reason we don't meet the ozone standard is that the federal government has recently lowered that standard. Where we were acceptable, we're now under it, and it's called a marginal non-attainment area for ground level ozone. We do expect, however, our emissions to continue to decline with the retirement of coal-fired power plants in the region and the replacement of older cars with a newer, more efficient fleet. And of course, in 2020, we've had the uncomfortable pandemic restrictions, which further are going to probably lessen emissions for the year 2020 when those are all recorded. Most of the data we have for this report on air quality comes from 2019 because the 2020 data aren't summarized yet at this time. And I've got on this chart just an example of why, again, Reston is in reasonably good shape. We give it the green light in part because of all the trees we have in Reston. This shows the air pollutant removal by trees as a function of tree size. And it shows 5 of the 6 federal ambient air quality pollutants are actively removed by our tree canopies. Next slide. Reston streams are in poor condition. Reston did reach a milestone in restoring 1/2 of our perennial, that is annually permanently flowing streams in 2018. 10 linear miles, just above 10 linear miles have been restored. Pre-construction, this is an example of one on Snake Den Branch just to show what the restoration looks like in terms of the physical improvements and the flow regime improvements that go along with restoration. You can see on the left what it looked like with the erosion and undercutting of banks before the restoration construction started, and in the middle 6 months afterwards, and 2.5 years post-construction. It's a natural stream system again in terms of its physical characteristics. Restoration is expensive. It cost about $50 million for these 10 miles of streams to be restored in Reston. Fortunately, Reston did not have to pay for that, as it came out of a stream mitigation bank paid for by developers to mitigate development elsewhere that destroyed stream or wetland areas, as well as county directed restoration efforts that have been going on here. Volunteers, next slide, please. Volunteers have been monitoring conditions in 11 of our streams for the past 20 years, and all of them are biologically degraded. So although there's been physical improvement and hydrological improvement with the restoration, the biology of these streams, the macroinvertebrate communities, those are the organisms that live at the bottom of the streams, are now pretty much dominated by pollution-tolerant organisms only. This shows that the index of stream ranking on a scale that shows anything 7 or below is not good from the standpoint of its healthy biology, and all of our streams except one fall into that category. The major threat to our streams is stormwater runoff, which increases erosion, both from the stream bed and the stream banks, increases pollutant loads and sediment transport downstream. So we give that a fair condition because of the physical improvements, but biology, not so much. Next slide, please. With regard to our lakes and ponds, All of our 4 major lakes provide ample passive and active recreation while serving as a stormwater management basin for the community. Next slide, please. But we give that a fair condition only because of some of the threats to our lakes. More than a half dozen different invasive plants have caused nuisance problems in our lakes to the point where it requires physical, chemical, or biological controls. The sediment that comes down from the erosion has caused continual dredging, generally on a 5 to 7 year cycle for most of the lakes. And we've removed more than 100,000 cubic yards from our lakes since 1985. And these are very costly activities. And an unfortunate trend we're seeing now is an increase in the extent and number of hazardous algal blooms in our lakes. And that is caused by something called cultural eutrophication, which is nutrient enrichment. The runoff into these lakes are carrying a more fertilizing set of chemicals, probably phosphorus from fertilizers on the landscape. And the warmer temperatures we're seeing year over year also exacerbate these algal blooms. Next slide, please. As I say, stormwater management is a major concern. That's one of our poor areas, the red traffic light. Perhaps the biggest existing problem we have in Reston. And it harks back to the lack of strict county regulations when Reston development first got going in large scale back in the 60s and 70s, when floodwaters were diverted to streams via impermeable surfaces like the culvert on the left side of this slide, moving stormwater directly into our streams, which couldn't handle the capacity of these storm events. Erosion of stream beds and banks in the middle of increased sediment transport. And the sediment goes downstream to our lakes, as I said, to cause frequent dredging. Okay, and next slide, please. We give drinking water a green light. We get our drinking water here in Reston from the Potomac River via the James Corvallis water treatment plant in Sterling, Virginia. And they routinely monitor for over 107 different water quality parameters. And the treatment of the water is advanced with ozone and flocculation, sedimentation, and biologically active filters with carbon caps and disinfection. They have not seen any problems in the years that they've been monitoring, and they're doing monitoring even for emerging pollutants of concern like pharmaceuticals and healthcare products that are and medications that are going down our drain. So I think we're in pretty good shape there. Next, please. Our wastewater treatment also gets the green light. Our wastewater treatment goes to the Blue Plains Advanced Water Treatment Plant in DC, operated by the DC Water and Sewer Authority. It's one of the world's largest advanced treatment plants. And after treatment, the water is moved back into the Potomac River from when we originally obtained it. Next, please. Now we'll move into the vegetation issues for Reston. Our urban forest is one of Reston's greatest assets, defines our community in many ways. More than 50% of Reston is now in tree cover. And these trees provide numerous ecological services, health and welfare benefits. Those services include carbon storage, carbon sequestration, air pollution reduction, the interception of precipitation can otherwise cause erosion, And the trees also provide substantial ecological benefits to wildlife, serving as food sources and cover and breeding grounds. Other specific characteristics of urban forests that benefit society here in Reston include the potential for reducing energy use in buildings by the cooling shade they provide in the summer and tempering chilly winds in the winter. They also affect our aesthetics, and property values are increased. Additionally, forests influence the physiological and psychological well-being of humans. It's known now that spending time in treed areas and in natural areas lowers blood pressure, decreases stress hormone levels. Obesity levels go down, improves cognitive functions. So there are a lot of advantages to this. Just to give a little perception, we don't have numbers specific for Reston, but there's been some calculations of what this means in terms monetarily to the county. The county has estimated that in carbon storage, the trees in the county are valued at almost $670 million. And in terms of carbon sequestration or capture of carbon out of the air, $19.5 million a year. And in terms of pollution reduction from air pollutants, $1.8 billion in value. And in intercepting precipitation and reducing runoff and erosion, $26.3 million. So when you add these things up, trees are not only good for our health and welfare, but they're good for our pocketbook. Next slide, please. But we give our urban forests a yellow light because we do have environmental concerns. 4 of those are shown here. Deer over-browsing. When that happens, and you can see on the left-hand slide, an area that has been fenced off in one of our adjacent county parks, where deer are excluded from the right side, but they're able to destroy the ground cover and the recruitment of young trees on the left. And this is really changing the characteristics of our forest in an adverse way. Invasive plant species are a big problem. The Reston's natural area assessment has indicated that about 38% of Reston's urban forests are now dominated by invasive species. And one example is the honeysuckle, bush honeysuckle shown here on the upper right. But invasive English ivy, burning bush, garlic mustard, and Bradford pears are among the other many plants that dominate some of our urban forest landscape now. Invasive insects are also a problem. Shown here is the emerald ash borer. In the last 10 years, we've lost almost all of the ash trees in Reston. And as we heard earlier from one of the members that spoke, unauthorized tree removal is always a concern in Reston. And particularly when you have big healthy trees like the one shown here, because of the value they provide. And overarching all of this is climate change, because climate change can exacerbate many of the other threats to our forest community. And we would expect over time that climate change will probably further diminish the trees we have that are right now northern species, and they're here because this is their southern limit of habitat. And we would expect some of those to be eliminated from our forests. Next. Meadows, we have lost all the large meadows. At one time, Reston was a large dairy farm with a lot of meadow. That has been lost, but we have 50 small meadows that remained. And meadows naturally revert eventually in our area back to forest habitat unless they're actively managed and maintained as a meadow. But meadows are important for our pollinator organisms. They promote species richness and create ecotones, that is, divisions where two different ecosystems interact, in this case, forests and meadows, are often more biologically rich than other areas. So we give that a yellow. Next. Our wetlands, in Reston, we have three kinds of wetlands. Non-tidal marshes on the left is shown Sunset Hills Wetland Park. It is the largest non-tidal marsh we have in Reston. They provide considerable fish and wildlife habitat value. They recharge groundwater supplies. They moderate stream flows by providing water to streams, especially during times of drought. The presence of marshes in a watershed also help reduce damage caused by floods by slowing and storing flood water, and they filter and capture and detoxify many pollutants. So they're quite valuable. In the middle slide is a second type of wetland, beaver pond. Beavers currently are not active in Reston, but very recently they were in the Glade Stream Valley. They come and go from year to year. And finally, we have vernal pools on the right. A vernal pool is ephemeral. That is, it only lasts part of a year. It's not connected to flowing water, not connected to streams. Reston has several vernal pools, but because they're very fragile, their locations aren't advertised. They're difficult to locate because they're only seasonally wet, but they're very important for the survival of many of our amphibians like wood frogs and marbled salamanders and spotted salamanders. And the larval stages of these organisms need protected aquatic areas that do not have fish that are their main predators. So vernal pools are very important for their procreation. But we don't know that much about these in Reston at this time. So until we can quantify and study them better, we have to give them a black traffic light saying that they're indeterminate in terms of their status. Next, please. Landscaping and urban aquaculture gets a yellow traffic light. Landscaping with native plants offers numerous benefits, but landscaping with non-native plants is quite often detrimental to wildlife and frequently introduces invasive species to our community. Statistics available from organizations that promote native plants and observations recently about the success of native plant sales in Reston suggest that this is becoming more popular. A very positive sign. And I think, though, more can be done to produce an environment in Reston that is from ground to canopy, supporting a healthy range of insects and native animals by using more native landscape plants. Reston also has 263 community garden plots that are rentable by residents in 5 locations. They're all located on the transcontinental pipeline easement. And they're very popular now, particularly this year with the pandemic and people wanting to do things outdoors. There's a waiting list to get these plots. And we also have several beekeepers. There's, I think, more than 100 registered beekeepers in Reston. Most of them are not active, so there's a few beehives on the Transco pipeline and a few other locations, but we really don't know how many in total. Next, please. With regard to birds, we harbor about 160 birds have now been observed in Reston, of which 18 of the 28 species listed in Virginia as a species of greatest conservation need have been seen here. official mascot of Reston, the pileated woodpecker, shown up here in the upper right, is still a quite common species here. And many of you may or may not know that we are home to the fastest animal in the world, the peregrine falcon, shown on the bottom two images, which once was an endangered species because of the population collapse throughout the North America and most of the world from DDT exposure. In 2015, a pair of these peregrine falcons, which can dive at speeds of over 200 miles an hour, nested in one of the tallest buildings in Reston Town Center. And since then, this pair, they mate for life, have successfully raised and fledged numerous young peregrines. So for those interested in unusual birds, and you can see one of its young fledglings on the right, for the last 3 years, we've banded all of them to track where they come and go. But keep your eyes out for a very interesting bird there. Next slide, please. The four greatest threats to our birds are habitat loss, outdoor cats, building and window collisions, and vehicle collisions, but we don't have good data on any of these for Reston specifically. We make the assumption that these four threats are probably proportionally the same for what we have going on in Reston, where habitat loss is the #1 threat. Outdoor cats are estimated to kill 1.3 to 4 billion birds a year nationwide. Building and windows collisions kill from between 100 million to 1 billion birds a year. And vehicle collisions are estimated to kill about 200 million birds a year. As I say, we do not have data on bird kills in Reston. Next, please. Except for a few potentially nuisance species like deer and beaver, much remains unknown about the status of Reston's mammals, reptiles, and amphibians, including whether or not their populations are sustaining, expanding, or declining. What we do know, since the community took on a bioblast where we recruited citizens to go out and identify as many organisms as they can back in 2018, and then a continuation of that where Reston Association has encouraged people to identify and document what they see using an app called iNaturalist in what's called the Reston Biodiversity Project. We now know there are at least 9 frog and toad species, 7 turtles, 11 snakes, 7 salamanders, 2 lizards, and 32 mammal species, including the coyote, as pictured here in the bottom right, living in Reston. But until we know more about the health of these populations and their distribution, we'll have to keep it an undetermined, unlit traffic light in terms of the status. Hopefully, over time, we will create a bigger and more robust list and understand that better. With regard to our invertebrates, Reston does conduct butterfly counts and dragonfly and damselfly counts, and more recently caterpillar counts, but the world of invertebrates is otherwise largely unknown in Reston, and 95% of all animals are invertebrates. So we focused primarily on insects in our assessment. We give it a black light because we still are only breaking ground on what we know quantitatively about the health of these organisms, but they certainly play an important role in pollination and decomposition, as disease vectors, as food for wildlife, as plant pests. And from the counts that have been going on in Reston for a number of years, we now have a baseline list of 39 species of dragonflies and 55 butterflies that we know live here in Reston. Next slide, please. Our environmental concerns for these particularly pollinator species include habitat loss, pesticides, parasites, climate change, and insufficient nectar sources. The monarch, Reston has a monarch conservation program and planting monarch way stations for this long range migratory species in accordance with the Monarch Mayor's Pledge that has been taken by Reston under the National Wildlife Federation. Now we have 7 monarch way stations, and some of you might have seen in the Washington Post today, the monarch butterfly has been nominated to be put on the endangered and threatened list for the United States. So it is an iconic critter of which we're doing what we can to promote its use as Reston is a way station on its migratory route back to Mexico. On the right, just to say, the Center for Biological Diversity recently conducted a systematic review of all 4,000 North America bees, native bees, and the study concluded that where they had sufficient data, more than half of those species are declining. Nearly 1 in 4 is imperiled and at risk of extinction. And with regard to non-native honeybees, their colonies have been mysteriously dwindling for a number of years now. The cause is unknown, but may be due to a combination of factors, including disease, nutrition, stress, and pesticides, especially neonicotinoid pesticides. And what we see here on the right is a neonicotinoid pesticide bee kill that happened here in Reston 2 years ago, in which an estimated 12,000 bees were killed, involving 15 different species. So we're not immune to these problems here in Reston, and pesticide use must be more carefully used both by our contractors and our residents. Next slide, please. Wildlife management issues include active plans from Reston to deal with white-tailed deer, Canada geese, beaver, and occasionally when we have mosquito outbreaks, mosquitoes. The white-tailed deer are thriving here and in all other urban landscapes here in the Northeast because they have abundant food supply, edge habitat is present, and predators are lacking. Reston Association has established a few exclusion parcels where they're fenced out. Reston promotes planting deer-resistant plants and approves some private fencing and limited harvesting by bow and arrow on private property. Canada geese, the average count for Canada geese here in Reston during the summer, where we have resident population, is 56 geese. And the average winter count over wintering, what they're seeing right now, is 528 geese. It probably doesn't surprise some of you to learn that geese defecate between 28 and 92 times a day. The summer resident population of 50 geese will produce more than 2.5 tons of goose poop on an annual basis. So this is a problem and a nuisance for our open areas and lakesides and golf courses. Reston has addled eggs, that is, added oil to the eggs, which terminates the embryo and puts the egg back on the nest so the female does not lay more eggs to try to control the population. Reston's addled about 2,136 eggs since 2002. Hopefully is making some progress towards the control of these birds. As I said, the beavers sometimes use the Glade Stream Valley and by Twin Branches, and that area has been fenced to stop beavers from moving downstream so that they don't destroy the forest. But again, we haven't seen any there in 2020. Next slide, please. Solid waste management. For Northern Virginia, we generate over 2.7 million tons of waste a year, of which 31% is moved to incineration in a waste to energy facility at the Covanta Fairfax Waste to Energy incinerator in Lorton. 11% is yard waste. 35% is recycled in terms of primary recyclable materials, which include mixed paper, cardboard, plastics, metals. And the remaining 23% go to landfill. There's a landfill complex in I-95, and the county runs the I-66 transfer station, where a lot of the primary recyclable materials are sorted. And of the primary recyclable materials here in the county, 36% is mixed paper, 22% cardboard, 9% plastic, 4% metals, and 29% of what's supposed to be recyclable is deemed unmarketable and goes back either to the incinerator or to the landfill. Next slide, please. We give this one a red light, primarily because of our environmental concerns, and one of the big ones is the single-use plastics. 60% of all our litter is single-use plastics, and based on the population size and number of residents and commercial facilities in Reston, it's estimated here in Reston we use about 19 million plastic bags a year, of which less than 1% of them are ever recycled. Virginia has authorized a 5-cent plastic bag charge, but Fairfax did not implement it. But I understand they're now considering that right now, so that may change in the next few months. We also have an issue with personal protective equipment this year in 2020. I think you've all seen the waste masks and gloves on the ground. They are part of our new litter issue, and food packaging materials from all the carryouts that are going on now. This is hopefully a short-term 1-year issue, but we are facing that now. The Covanta incinerator, when it goes from waste to energy, it does produce energy, enough energy to probably provide the energy needs for 80,000 residences. But it also produces a lot of air pollutants: mercury, nitrous oxide, sulfur, lead, greenhouse gases, and ash. And it's currently controversial whether that landfilling or incineration is the more preferable, environmentally preferable choice. Regardless, we need to really stop producing so much waste as individuals, and we have to change our own personal behavior to really get a handle on this. Another big issue that we're facing as a nation, as well as in Reston, is there's been no replacement found for China, which used to be the site where we exported a lot of our plastic waste. They no longer take our waste because of the contamination in our waste streams. We can't get much reliable data for the actual breakdown of different types of waste in Reston, primarily because Reston residents and commercial businesses contract with multiple private waste haulers, all of which also haul for other adjacent communities. So it's hard to get data specific for Reston. But litter is one area we give it a red light, but we understand that Reston Association does not control a lot of the reasons we give it a red light. One area, however, we have some say in is how we handle our litter. And Reston is trying to tackle the litter problem with Adopt a Spot program, where individuals can volunteer to clean up an area for 2 years. And the Environmental Advisory Committee has done a number of pilot projects identifying hotspots of litter in Reston. And we also have a biophilic pledge that we ask people to take as part of being a biophilic city, where people can pledge to reduce the amount of waste they handle and produce. Next, please. Our hazardous and toxic material and toxic waste issues are primarily from underground and above ground petroleum storage. The map on the left just shows the sites in Reston where the storage tanks are located. And although that's probably the biggest concern we have, over the last 2 years, we've had almost no reports of spills. It happens infrequently now, which is a good thing, and the reason that we give it a green light. Polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which are potential carcinogens found in some asphalt seal coats, are a problem, but more and more commercial outlets are banning products that have that coal tar components in the asphalt seal coats, which is the problem. And as those of you who take your walks along our paved streets and walkways have probably seen the no dumping signs on a lot of the sewers that remind people do not contaminate by putting any waste down these drains, because they all go to the Chesapeake Bay. Next, please. This shows the radiance values in Reston. In terms, some parts of Reston are nearly as bright as central DC. The purple or the highest intensity lighting down to green as the lowest. There's increasing concern about the effects of nighttime artificial lighting on circadian rhythm disruptions in humans and wildlife and plants. And various dark sky initiatives are being implemented throughout the country to try to reduce the amount of escaped lighting at night. The issue is very complex. Current county and Reston guidance do not address artificial lighting effects on humans or health or wildlife or maintaining dark skies, but Fairfax County is currently undertaking efforts to expand its codes and ordinances dealing with lighting issues. Next. I said that the circadian rhythm disruptions are real in terms of humans, and bird migration, navigation, wildlife breeding and feeding, and plant development are all affected by nighttime lighting. So we give it a yellow at this point in time. Next. The biggest issues in terms of complaints in Reston with noise pollution are yard maintenance, especially two-cycle engines that are particularly annoying and can cause hearing loss, followed by traffic, aircraft noise, and construction noise. But we don't have any good quantitative information on noise levels throughout the community. So we give it an unlit traffic light at this time. Interestingly enough, complaints at the county level show that animal noises are the major issue of complaints at the county-wide level. Next. Environmental education and outreach. Another truly great asset of our community is the Walker Nature Center and the education and outreach programs run there. The Walker Center itself is a LEED gold certified facility with 72 wooded acres connecting to 250 acres of open area with professionally trained interpretive staff. 290 programs are offered from preschool to adult. With this past year, 212 programs directed at children or youth, reaching nearly 5,000 participants, educating our future generations of Reston citizens. The Walker Nature Center participants also often become part of the RA volunteer and citizen scientist contingent. In 2019, 279 volunteers contributed over 5,500 hours of time to education and outreach programs in Reston. The positive return on investment, I think, is enormous from education programs in Reston. A educated public means increased personal accountability, better environmental awareness, fewer enforcement issues for Reston to deal with, and reduced RA management costs. So we give this a green light. Climate change is a new chapter for Reston, for RASER this year. This chapter is largely based on the Environmental Advisory Committee report submitted to Reston Association in 2019, entitled Climate Change Implications for Reston, Virginia. And readers are encouraged to go to this source for more in-depth coverage. This shows that the last 5 years are among the hottest on record here. Heavy downpours in Reston are increasing. There's more extreme weather events. Changes in wildlife migrations and growing seasons are documented. And in the Washington, D.C. area overall, there's, you can see on the right, an increase in more than a week in days above 95 degrees since 1970 to 2018. The increase in the precipitation is going to cause more erosion, leading to more lake dredging. Increased summer heat means increased risk of heat-related medical conditions and increased hazardous algal blooms, and probably moving towards permanent ecosystem changes, and faster degradation of outdoor infrastructure like asphalt pathways and the like. So climate change is something that we know is happening in Reston. We know it affects a lot of the environmental attributes we've previously covered here. And we also know that Reston has no formal plan for addressing these threats. So there was considerable debate whether to keep this, make this a black traffic light or actually turn it red. And we decided to leave it as undetermined at this time, but suggest that the topic ought to be addressed as an update of the climate change report in 2021, at the same time that the county is developing its community-wide energy and climate action plan and a county resilience and adaptation plan, and then reevaluate this at that time. So much more information is becoming available on the subject. It's ever changing in terms of how much data we can get on a smaller and more focused scale. Next slide. And finally, Reston is a biophilic city. The biophilic communities connect their residents with nature. And those of you who've been following this know that we were accepted in the Biophilic Cities Network in 2018, becoming the 13th community in the world, joining Singapore, Oslo, Wellington, New Zealand, Sydney, Australia, Birmingham, England, Edmonton, Canada, and a number of US cities that are really progressive in their use of planning and policy to connect their citizenry with nature wherever they can. As part of our membership in this, as I said, we developed a 13-point biophilic pledge asking our residents to voluntarily take on a commitment to one or more of those pledge elements. And hopefully we can move that out with more advertisement in 2021 and get more people to sign up and commit to that. since we joined this, Arlington, Norfolk, and Richmond have also been accepted to the network. So now 4 communities in Virginia are part of this worldwide network. And I'll end this. I know I'm over time now. So one last thing to talk about is that the project team that did this report has come up with recommendations. We will combine those recommendations with a report card that looks at how much progress has been made on previous recommendations from the earlier RASER reports, and submit that to the board. We'll have that done in January. We hope to get it to the board in January, but if not, it'll be certainly there in February to identify the progress and the responsibilities for carrying out those recommendations. And that report card then will be updated annually going forward. And I think I have a final slide that just lists the names of all of those citizens and citizen scientists and other volunteers who helped make the 2020 report possible. Appreciate all their great help. It was quite an ordeal. I'm sure there was more than 1,000 hours put together on updating this report. I hope everyone has a chance to view at least the executive summary, if not the actual report with all of its exhibits and references. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Fantastic and comprehensive work by EAC and the committee. I'm so glad you shared the names of the folks on your committee, because I've seen some of them on Zoom tonight, so it's nice to see that. And I want to, of course, recognize our board director, Sarah, who is your liaison for EAC, and Claudia Thompson-Deal, which unfortunately will no longer be your staff liaison as she's retiring, but we'll see what we can do to find a solid replacement for her on that. Do any directors have any questions of Doug and his team? And share that they're going to come back, maybe not in January, which I had tentatively had it on our January calendar, but I know it's a short time between now and then with the holidays, but if not January, February, with your report card and recommendations, that the board can take actions on those recommendations. But do any of the directors have any questions of Doug? I don't see any hands. Well, and I believe, Sarah, you had a motion.
Can I move to accept the report as presented?
Is that a second from Mike Collins or Bob Petrine? Both of you are mute, so let's give it to Mike Collins because I thought I saw his hand first. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Yes.
Aye.
Thank you, Jan. Aye, so I believe it carries. Thank you very, very much. That was fantastic.
Julie, can I make
Sure. Who was that? Sarah wanted to say something now.
2 quick comments? One, this group has been the most amazing group of volunteers. It's been a pleasure to watch them work. Their dedication is just unbelievable. The second is if Doug can share where our members can find the full report, that'll be great. Like, or Mike, maybe where it is on the website, that'll be helpful.
Maybe Mike, you could put that in the chat room for the moment. And then also we'll make sure that I think that it's part of what you've been doing in your communication. You want to comment on that, Mike?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. So now that the board has accepted the report, it will actually be placed on the RA website, hopefully by tomorrow, but if not, by early next week. And members can go to the environmental page, go into the very bottom where they can elect the drop box, and they'll find an environmental drop box where the full report will be located.
Super. Thank you very, very much.
I'd like to mention one thing if I can. Am I still on?
You are.
Just, we were going to add another chapter to this report on energy efficiency.
All right.
And as I've made known to some of you, we decided that that chapter alone was so complex to take on that we decided to create it as a standalone report. And we are planning to have that done next month and hopefully to the board as an independent report. In the future, we'll integrate it with the 2022 RASER if we can. But we're looking forward to providing a piece of information that covers energy use in Reston in a number of topics in terms of conservation of energy in buildings, the kinds of renewable energy available, and also a section on electric vehicles.
So that's when you'll give us a bit more insight into your recommendations on electronic vehicle charging.
We'll have, yes, we will have recommendations in that report on all of those aspects of energy efficiency.
I know we have had many members and clusters come to the board in the last 6 months or so, a couple even recently, that Tom O'Karen has been trying to spearhead a bit some of the responses on that. And I believe an idea has been shared about whether or not we couldn't provide some charging facilities on RA's own facilities, as well as address what clusters have been trying to address. I believe CAM is also working with Covenants and DRB a bit on coming up with some guidelines and some further guidance. So am I correct on that, Doug and Cam? Tom?
Yes.
I see head nods, so I
Yes.
not misspoke. So perhaps we can delve into that a bit more in January then.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, it's now item F, executive session, scheduled for 7:30. We are 30 minutes behind schedule, but that's okay because we had a really important topic to share that's very important to our Reston community. So I would like to have a move to convene into executive session where we can consult and discuss contractual and violation matters.
So move.
Second by Karen. All in favor? Mike?
Aye from
Yes?
Van.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, folks, we will be back as we can. All right. We are coming back out of our executive session. We apologize it took us quite as long as it did. We had a number of matters to go through. So in accordance, I wish to make a motion that we certify to the best of each present member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session involving contractual and litigation matters were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during executive session. Might I have a second? Thank you. All in favor? Karen? And Ben? I don't hear Ben's voice.
It looks like he's still in the breakout room.
Ben is still in the breakout room, but I've closed it. It should wind down within the next 10 seconds.
Okay. Mike, you voted affirmatively. Yes. Okay. Ben, are you with us yet? All right.
I'm here.
Okay, so we just took a vote to certify that we only discussed appropriate matters. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. That passes. We'd also like to make a motion that to ratify the decisions reached in executive session to adopt the legal committee's report for November 12th and December 2nd, and affirm that those decisions, affirm the decisions that were reached therein. Might I have a second? Thank you, Mike. All in favor?
Ben says aye.
Thank you, Ben. That passes. I would like to move to ratify the decision reached to deny the appeal of the Soapstone Convenience Center sidewalk of Colonial Oaks, which was reached in executive session. Might I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bob. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye from Ben. Sarah? Yes. And Mike? Is that an aye? You're mute. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, I went to RIT with the National Technical Institute for the Deaf, but I did not pick up lip reading.
Know what's going on.
Okay. So are you an aye on the deny the appeal vote?
I'm a nay on that.
This is just a vote to ratify the decision, right?
Right, reached in executive session. So are you and I on the ratify?
I'm still a nay on ratifying.
Okay. So it passes. I'd like to move then in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to award the contracts to Titan and Kinley Horn for the pool-related contracts, to approve the agreements, I'm sorry, as presented in executive session. Might I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, John. And all in favor?
Aye.
We've got that was unanimous. And I also need a motion to, well, I'm going to move to extend the meeting to 11 p.m. as on our proposed agenda for tonight. That technically for our resolutions. Second from John Mooney. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. We've got it. Okay, now we're back to item G, Design Review and Covenants Administration Resolution 12, Inspection Process. Oh, yes, John. We can't hear you, John. You must be on mute. John, you're on mute. Someone unmute John.
While we're waiting for John.
Okay, Madam Chair, did we do both of the construction both of the?
Mentioned Titan and Kimley Horn.
Okay, you did include both. I didn't hear both. Okay.
Sorry, I did do both in one. Okay, I believe Cam, you're on. And now you're on mute.
Sorry. So I'm going to share my screen with the proposed amendment to the resolution. So in the Covenants and Administration Department's research and trying to help facilitate better cluster outreach, we were looking at the resolutions that affected inspections as we began to look at the walkthrough process and establishing a standard operating procedure for the walkthrough process for clusters. We realized that the inspections resolution did not align with our goals to begin doing walkthroughs in the spring of 2021 due to the fact that the current resolution establishes the walkthroughs are only permitted to be done in the months of September and October. There were some other items that we believe weren't consistent and didn't align with the goals for the inspections. And so we took the opportunity to present some recommended changes to the Covenants Committee. And the Covenants Committee at their November 18th meeting did approve the draft resolution that's in front of you today. A summary of those proposed edits includes cleaning and tightening up language and verbiage used to be more uniform and straightforward. We changed the specified timeframes that inspections could be completed. So as staff is available to conduct those inspections, we will conduct them throughout the entire year. We eliminated the specified timeframe for non-compliant violations that should be reviewed by the Covenants and/or Legal Committee. We also changed the timing that cluster walkthroughs are performed by staff to better integrate the seasonal workflow, as I mentioned before. And we identified incorporated areas of improvement that were noted by staff and by members that experienced the walkthrough process in prior years. At the November 30th Board Operations Committee, there were some concerns related to whether or not staff should need permission to enter enclosed yards. And so as we go through the resolution, you'll see where that language is cited. I do believe that there were some concerns if we do enter the lot to perform those inspections. What are some of the things that staff prepares ourselves for in terms of safety situations or liability situations? And I do believe that we kind of have addressed those concerns as the rest and amended deed does require 14 days notice to perform any type of inspection with the exception of the resale disclosure inspections, since those types of inspections are requested by the member. So as we go through the resolution, you'll see just some minor edits that were made to clean up and make it more cohesive and uniform. We did separate out the Exhibit A part, and I think Bob recommended the index at the Board Operations Committee. So we quickly made that reference so that members could easily refer to what part they were looking for without having to flip through the entire document. In the actual Exhibit A, which establishes the property inspection process, we did define staff as the Covenants Administration staff. You'll see what is inspected is the first section under here, which states that inspections are a complete review of the exterior of the property. Staff shall not enter fully enclosed fence yards during these inspections except through owner requested inspections. I think a large part of the discussion will be related to whether that sentence should be incorporated into this resolution or not. The Covenants Committee did have a lengthy discussion related to whether staff should be entering enclosed yards without the permission of the owner. or without the owner requesting that inspection. But I do believe that our current Reston amended deed addresses those concerns, and I do believe that that should be reviewed and discussed amongst the board. In addition to that, we just cleaned up additional language, removing words like excessive, and then also keeping the consistent amended Reston deed throughout the entire document. We also looked at the party walls and the shared element portion to clarify that as well. And then the type of inspections that we perform include the disclosure inspection, which is when you're selling your property, we're required to perform that inspection. We also added a new type of inspection that we are conducting, which is the post-design approval inspections, which essentially means after a project has been approved and reported as completed, our post-DRB inspector will come out and ensure that the property or the modification complies with the application that was submitted. And then the last part, which is the clustering and condominium-wide inspections, we did establish that the Director of Covenants Administration can create and administer the administrative and procedural process related to these inspections while being compliant with POA and this current policy resolution 12. We did tighten up when we can perform these inspections, and then also establishing that the hearings related to these walkthroughs will be scheduled no less than 4 months after that inspection is completed to ensure that members have adequate time to respond to their notices and either seek assistance with an extension or finding vendors to complete the necessary repairs to comply. So with that, does anyone have any questions?
Yes, John. Or mute. Why we're having such problems with the mute.
Yeah, I don't either. Cam, can you address your view of the merits of Erwin Flashman's comments?
Sure. So it's my opinion, I've been doing this for a long time and I've conducted thousands of inspections. It's not typical in community associations to need permission to enter a lot, whether it's perform an inspection. Since we do provide 14 days notice in a certified letter that they can expect us to be performing inspection, it doesn't make 100% sense to need to request permission or that the owner request that we be able to enter the lot to perform those inspections. And so I don't believe that that is necessary, but that is a decision that the board will need to make and establish. And I think the protocols that staff has established to address some of the concerns that were brought forward at the Covenants Committee do and follow what we should be doing while we perform those inspections. So again, the required written notice. Upon arrival, we try to determine if the member is home. If we can tell that the member is home, usually the front door is open, but the storm door is closed and we can see that there's a dog. We'll knock and announce ourselves that we're present. While conducting these inspections, we do make reasonable assessments for unsafe conditions, but permission or not, that does not necessarily mean that it's safe conditions for staff to perform those inspections. On occasions, we do perform these inspections in pairs, and then we always use Reston Association vehicles. We carry our business cards and our identification card, and then we always leave our business cards on the door or some sort of element that we can attach the business card to let the member know that we were there.
Yeah, you didn't explicitly discuss Erwin's point, and I didn't see exactly where he would have added his language. I thought that Irwin also was saying that staff should not forbid themselves, or the board should not forbid staff entering yards. And he felt somehow that the current draft, the revised draft that we have before us, did prevent staff from doing that. Can you explain that?
No, I can't explain Irwin's comments. I believe that what the Covenants Committee presented is sufficient in order for the Covenants Administration staff to do our jobs, but I don't think that it's necessary that an owner request an inspection, given that upon the conveyance of the lot, they agreed to the Reston Association's protective covenants. So if the chair would entertain Irwin's comments, maybe he can provide some perspective that I'm not aware of.
Let me do this. So in the section on Exhibit 1, I guess, the Exhibit A, where it says what is inspected, it says inspections are a complete review of the exterior of the property. Staff shall not enter fully enclosed fence yards during these inspections except through owner requested inspections. I'm not quite sure what that sentence means.
It essentially means that staff may not enter an enclosed yard, so fenced, whether rear, front, or side, to perform any type of inspection unless the owner has requested us to complete that inspection, which means that if it was based on a complaint, staff could not enter an enclosed yard to perform that inspection for that complaint. We could only do it if the owner requested the inspection to be completed, which essentially means that the only type of inspection that could be automatically done without the necessity of paperwork is the resale disclosure inspection. We would not be able to enter a lot unless the owner specifically requested it to be performed, and that would essentially mean we would only be doing it during resale inspections or through the post-DRB inspection, which if you look at the application has a signature side or initial side that requests that staff may enter the lot to perform the inspections for a DRB application being submitted.
Then I seem to have misunderstood what you said a bit earlier when you said you've never heard of staff not being permitted to enter an area to inspect it.
So I've never heard it being set up that way that would require us to have owner a request from a homeowner to perform that inspection. So if we receive a complaint, we should be able to enter the lot after the 14 days notice without having it being requested from the homeowner. That's standard procedure. I should be able to inspect the lot based on the rest in deed as long as I'm following the 14 days notification. Entering the lot should not require the member's permission because that permission was expressed during the conveyance of the lot when they agreed to Reston Association's covenants.
I understand, but that puzzles me.
But that's not what this sentence says.
Okay, so Bob.
That is correct.
So did Karen. So Bob, you want to try adding your comments?
You have the first sentence says, inspections are a complete review of the exterior of the property. If you cannot get into the backyard, you may not be able to see all of the exterior. The second sentence says you shall not enter a fully enclosed yard during these inspections, comma, except, so the general requirement is you shall not enter a backyard. And then you limit it to an owner the only time that you can do so. So Irwin's clarification is in the application, if somebody requests an inspection or there is a complaint, it should be clearly stated in the notification that we will enter any enclosed backyard. I don't think we can make it any clearer than that.
Okay, Karen?
Okay, in this case, I disagree with what the Covenants Committee did, because I believe that staff should be able, as a result of a complaint, to enter the enclosed part of a yard with ample notification to the property owner. And just wanted to clarify, Cam, you said it's sent certified letter. Does it also request a return receipt so we know that it was actually received? Because
That's correct.
Yeah, because I think that would, I don't think there's probably going to be a lot of incidents where it's necessary, but I definitely think staff should be able to do that as part of their inspection based on a complaint, as well as.
Hi, this is Van. So I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't think, and I don't want to be part of any motion that is putting the staff at risk to go to somebody's backyard, 14 days or not. I can tell you that if somebody shows up at my backyard, I'm not going to be friendly, 14 days or not. And, you know, I know that there are other people like that too, and you shouldn't put RA staff in that position, if that's what I understand you saying. And it's also not something, it's also not sending the right message to, we have conveyance that okay, you can come and inspect, that's part of some deed that we all sign, but we still own our houses, and RA it's part of the deed, but RA doesn't own the house, the homeowner owns it. And it's very disrespectful to go into somebody's backyard without, if they say no, then you don't go there. And if you really want to go there, if you think that's important to do your job, which I really, any derelict house is spotted from far away. You don't have to like go into their backyard to see that. But if you need to, then go bring a court order. But don't be entering into people's backyards. Yeah,
Mike?
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ben. Mike Collins?
Got it. Ben, thanks for the comments about staff. I think that does give me pause a little bit. But honestly, I think we've probably been doing this for a while. I just don't see why we would tie our hands, one hand behind our back, when it comes to inspections. I mean, you think about it in a townhouse. I could be viewing my neighbor's yard from above a enclosed fence and see all kinds of problems. I mean, we basically be saying, you know what? Totally cool if your backyard is a disaster, if your wood is rotting, if you have no paint on the back, as long as you cover it up with a fence, no problem. I would maybe contemplate a court order, but even then, I don't know that I think we should have to go to that expense for something that's clearly contemplated by the deed. That's my position.
So let me ask this: you have a homeowner who has a closed fence yard, and there's a pit bull in their front and backyard. What are you going to do? You're not going to send the staff there. But from what you're saying,
right?
Unless you get a court order that and show up with the sheriff, you are not going to be able to enter the house. And
right?
Yes,
yeah,
you can pass a motion, but it doesn't have any teeth.
How often? For one thing, how often is that going to happen? And for a second thing, staff is not idiots. They're not going to go knowingly put themselves into a dangerous situation.
Yeah, these things are not a problem until they are.
Like I said, it's a fair point. It's a fair point, but I think I'd leave it to staff's discretion as to whether or not there's a dangerous situation.
Julie, can I say something?
I'm calling on you now.
Cam, we had this conversation at BAC. So can you share with us staff's approach? And, you assured us that they know what they're doing. So can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So just so everyone knows, I've been doing this for almost a decade, and the amount of inspections that I've done that I have been stopped or questioned or run into any issues that would pose a safety risk for me have been almost, I can count on my hand. The staff, as I mentioned earlier, does actually have a process in place to address some of those concerns. And like Mike mentioned before, we do use a certain level of reasonableness when we perform these inspections. 9 times out of 10, we know what we're going to look at based on the type of inspections that we perform. And so if it's a complaint, we've already gotten a heads up what it looks like and what may be the situation that we're running into. So again, we do send that notification, certified mail, return receipt, and also sent first class. Upon arrival, we do try to assess if someone's home so that we can announce ourselves. We take a full scope around. So fences are not just in rear yards in Reston, they're also in front yards and they're also in side yards. So if we hear a dog or if we hear something, sometimes we'll make noise, sometimes we'll assess to see if there's something that we need to be aware of before we open an enclosed yard. As we're walking around, we try to make sure that we're paying attention to what's down below. As I'm sure some of you may be aware, people do have pets that leave waste. So we do try to make a full scope of what we're walking into as we perform those inspections. And then we always try to ensure that we triple check the gate to make sure that it's closed when we leave so that we don't have those situations where pets are running out of the gate because we left it open. And it's kind of similar to what Miss Utility does. If you have ever had that run in with your cluster, Miss Utility also needs access to the rear yards or rear enclosed yards, and they do the same situation. So staff does try to take a reasonable approach in assessing whether or not we should be entering the lot or not. And I think having the opportunity to not handcuff ourselves to not entering the lot is going to be useful in making sure that we can address members' concerns related to non-compliant lots.
Would you jump a fence?
No, I would not
Here
jump
it
a
says,
fence.
here it says that, okay, now that line is not highlighted anymore, but yeah, permitting staff to enter enclosed yards. I don't know how would you enter otherwise an enclosed yard, other than if you jump the fence.
All right. I want to make sure all directors get a chance to ask questions or express an opinion. We haven't heard from Aaron or Tom. Wishes to speak. Aaron.
Yeah, I managed to find my mute button. I think what I'm hearing, Cam, I just want to double check with you is you're in favor of what's proposed, except for maybe that sentence. It sounds like it doesn't sit well with you at this point. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, I believe the sentence should reflect, sorry, I think the sentence should state, staff may enter fully enclosed yards during these inspections, period. I think the opportunity.
Or maybe just remain silent on it, just leave the whole sentence out even.
Sure.
I
think it's okay. Helpful to establish the authority and permit, especially if a member questions it, but yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Tom?
I would say from listening to Cam, I do not see a problem with the staff being smart enough to identify what's in the yard before they walk in there and do their job.
Karen, I saw your hand raised.
I just was curious if upon notification of the intent to do this, an owner doesn't want to grant permission, then what happens then? Do we comply with that? Do we say, too bad, we have a right to do this? How is that handled?
That's case by case. I've never had that situation happen. 9 times out of 10, when we do these inspections, it's as a result of a complaint.
Right.
And the person is non-communicative anyway. So they don't respond to our notices. Some do, and they want to be present for it, but otherwise that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Quick question for Tony.
Sure.
Tony, and in Virginia, unless you specifically state no trespassing, there's no laws about it, right?
No, that's not true.
The opposite.
It's quite the opposite.
So even if it says no trespassing,
You can trespass anyone that's on your property. There's ways to do it, but generally it's done with a piece of paper that just basically says, you know, if you're found on this property again, you'll be trespassing. You know, non-solicitation signs are hardly enforceable. But no, you don't need to have an explicit no trespassing sign to avoid trespassing issues.
okay.
Okay. Just so I want to make sure I haven't gotten myself wrapped around the axle on what exactly we've got the issue that we're discussing right now. So as it stands right now, the recommendation on Res 12 would say that the only time we could go and inspect is when there's a request for a sale, right, for the packet. And if we got a complaint, we would send a letter and say we're going to come inspect. Not that they have to agree, but that we simply notify that we're going to come and inspect. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Anyone have,
If I may express myself to simply clarify what my concern was, and it really is a question of language.
I don't know that I recognized you.
I know you didn't, but I've been waving my hand.
I know, we had member comments earlier. Let me just poll my board to see, would you like to hear further from Erwin?
Yes.
I'm willing to hear a brief clarification of what he means.
3 minutes. Let's give Erwin 3 minutes.
Thank you. My concern was the language and the statement that is made that they shall not enter this particular area during inspections, except when it's one requested by the owner. And that alone by itself, in the placement where it is, leaves you without any clarification about the 14-day notice, and that if once the 14-day notice is received, you're going to show up after the 14 days and do the inspection. So by putting a limit on it without any other further clarification, you're saying you can't do it. And I prefer what Cam had stated earlier, which is staff may enter a fully enclosed fenced yards, period. If you're going to say anything, you should say you have clear authority to do it, if it's with the authority of the owner or after the notice. So I don't know why you would say you shall not enter. To me, it does not make any sense. And that's basically what I am questioning.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Tony, did you wish to comment about the shall or shall not? Or I know, Aaron, I think you had asked the question of it, if a sentence was struck. I think it was Aaron that questioned whether or not we needed a statement at all.
So, okay. The current precedent is that we do not enter fenced-in backyards. And that's been on the books since I want to say 16 or 12. Variety of issues, and it's a question of how much risk this board wants to tolerate. Does a strict reading of the deed say that we can do it? Sure. Do you want to be on the defense of a potential trespass lawsuit, whether or not it has merit? Because if you get sued, if the association gets sued, we pay money as it relates to a deductible. So there's a conservative approach. Now, speaking about staff, the whole idea in entering this backyard is that staff supposedly can't see what's in the backyard.
Right.
How is staff supposed to make an educated decision about any latent potential pitfalls, tools left out, holes? We've seen properties where there were electrical currents run incorrectly from a main junction box. How is staff supposed to make that decision before they're in there? Pitfall, as Ben brought up. I am in the conservative camp of if you need to make the inspection, you politely ask for the approval. If you can't get the approval, discuss next steps. How do we go about this? And if we have to go to get a court order, our documents afford us to be able to obtain legal fees. It's longer, it's more expensive, but it's safer.
Okay. And your feeling is that the way this is written now, what's before us, reflects that conservative position.
Correct, and it's the one that we had previously on the books.
Madam Chair, Madam President,
What happened to it?
Madam President.
Yeah, I think Mike Collins had his.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, John. I'll be quick. Tony, how does going to court and getting an order make it any safer? I mean, I appreciate your concerns about that, but again, I would leave it to staff's discretion as to whether or not to enter. I don't think we're telling them they have to enter. But anyway, how does getting a court order change that?
Because you don't have a counterclaim there, Mike. You don't have an argument that we were technically deficient in our notice. We don't have an argument that we broke something. We breached the law. We snapped the lock. You just don't want to be in a position, and this is coming from a guy that used to litigate tons of these cases, not necessarily on this, but just, HOA condominium laws. A plaintiff's lawyer will throw anything they can that will meet the test and not get them sanctioned by the court. That's what plaintiff's lawyers do. And
so you mean, sorry to interrupt, but you mean safer legally. You don't mean safer in terms of physical dangers.
Well, if you have a non-compliant, hostile owner, an owner that has a pit bull, and you have a court order, there are things that can be done to enforce a judicial order through the police department. That cannot be done acting sua sponte on our own.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Go ahead, John.
So my concern, Tony, is that the inclusion of this second sentence, staff shall not enter fully enclosed fence yards during these inspections except through owner requested inspections, that sentence could be used against us should we seek a court order to enter. They could point to resolution 12 and say, no, you forbid entrance to staff except through owner requested inspections. So it seems that this forecloses the possibility even of a court ordered inspection.
John, I see where you're going with that. I think that's an overly conservative reading of it, but the alternative is either, as Aaron observed, strike the language and be done with it, or if we're going to have clear guidance, then add or by a court order, and you close that very small potential loophole, in my opinion.
But is that consonant with the deed?
Certainly. The deed gives us very broad authority to enter on property. This is a question of risk, in my opinion, and what I've seen in the past, and what I've discussed with other colleagues over my career. And generally, you only enter on a premise for 3 reasons. Emergency. That's more with condominiums. The pipes are broken and we need to get in your condo and we need to go ahead and shut off that water. Okay? Consent or a court order. That's generally the way we do it. That's why we don't for instance, our current procedure, if we're going to fix a violation, we don't just go to legal committee and get legal committee to authorize us to go in and fix it. We say we're going to go to court, we're going to get an order, and then once we have the order, we'll enter and fix it.
But Tony, that seems to me to be a prudential judgment, not a legal judgment. And for us to have anything like this second sentence seems to me to be imposing a legal prohibition on our staff, which I do not see how it is consonant with the legal power given to RA in the governing documents. You're right, it may be a prudential judgment that is made. Absolutely agree with you. But we're talking here about creating a legal prohibition against ourselves.
Correct, you are, John, and you can do that because it does not conflict with the hierarchy of documents. You can't expand on what the deed says you can do. You can certainly narrow it. And that's a decision for this board. Again, it's how much risk you want to have. And it's what you want your documents to say. You can take that out, and the guidance can simply be from the CEO down, or even from the Director of Covenants down, we don't do this. What this does is it places the membership on notice. You know, we're going to be asking for your permission. And if we don't have your permission, we're going to get a court order and we're going to come and do it anyways. So they know where they stand. Otherwise, it's going to be a shock, a unexpected situation when, you know, hey, we asked you 3 or 4 times and you didn't say no, and now you're going to court. The other thing is then if it's not memorialized in a resolution, it's subject to change. You know, God forbid something, you know, many years down the road, you know, Cam is no longer here and someone new comes in and wants to put in different procedures. If there's no record of why we did it and why it's enforced, then those procedures could be changed, and the rationale and understanding that this board put into this resolution will be forgotten.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Do you feel we are ready to take board action? We currently have a proposed motion. If you do you wish more time to think about this motion, this resolution, or are you happy to move forward with the motion as recommended? Mike.
I guess what I'm hearing is that there's probably majority support to allow for inspections behind enclosed fences. I guess the question is, do we go ahead and amend this document right now through a motion, or do we reject this and direct staff to come back with a new version?
That's essentially my question. Are we?
Yeah.
We.
I would think it's the latter.
For a month.
I believe it needs more work.
I mean, is it just that, is there anything else in this thing that people don't like or do like, or what? Is it just this sentence? I don't know.
Bob,
We've hung up on it.
Yeah, Bob.
I agree with Mike. It's either vote to accept the version or deny it as exists, or secondarily to send it back to staff and the BGC to review the any amended language with a specific direction
BGC
to look at the.
Came straight from covenants.
Right.
Karen.
Well, I'm just,
Karen.
if it's just a matter of, I mean, yeah, I think if it is a consensus of this board to reject it as in its current form, or proposed amendment form, and to just, I don't know, can we just come up with an acceptable sentence now to substitute, or is that asking too much and we should just reject this and have it go back to covenant?
Simply asked to defer it to next month.
All right, so how about I make a motion?
Well, can I get Aaron's comment
Oh,
first?
sorry, go ahead.
I was probably going to say about what Mike was going to say. I think we can just add a handful of words in a motion and get this done and moved on and not have to recur with it. If that's where you're headed, Mike, have at it.
Actually, no, I don't think we're very good at wordsmithing on the fly. So I was going to say, I'm going to move to reject the language as proposed and direct staff to come back with a new version consistent with tonight's discussion. Is that good enough?
What is consistent with tonight's discussion? Because I'm not in agreement with everybody, but that's not consistent.
That's a fair point. You're right. You're right. Fair point.
I'm going to second it so that we can discuss it.
Okay.
I
think Ven's right. Mine's too squishy.
I was going with what you were just saying, Aaron. Can we just come up with a new sentence to throw in there tonight and get it done, or do?
Why don't you think that might be while Cam, who had his hand raised, for us. Maybe you can think about what those words might be. Cam.
So I've actually already said them tonight, which is changing the sentence to staff may enter fully enclosed yards during these inspections.
Where is that?
Page 46. It's the second sentence in the paragraph captioned, "What is inspected?"
Right.
46. My 46. Oh, you're saying it.
In the full packet, the full board packet was on the Dropbox.
Hey, Cam, am I right? This sentence appears in two places. Isn't there somewhere else within this packet that says we don't go into closed yards?
There was a second reference, but we removed it and relocated it to where it is currently.
I swear I saw it somewhere else.
You did.
Okay.
It's right. Let me show you.
Yeah.
It's right here. But we removed it.
Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, thanks.
So it would read, inspections are a complete review of the exterior of the property. Staff may enter fully enclosed.
All right. I think I should withdraw my motion.
All right.
And
I'll make a motion
go for it.
to accept as amended.
No. You don't want to do that because it doesn't say what we want it to say. Unless you do. I don't know what your position is.
Okay.
I'm okay with the change.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But you gotta speak to the change. Aaron, this was your idea, so I say you do it.
Well, I'll second Sarah's motion. What I heard her say was move to accept the proposed changes by the Director of Covenants to change the second sentence of the paragraph after what is inspected to say staff may enter fully enclosed fenced yards during these inspections, full stop.
Period.
Right.
Yeah, that's what Sarah said.
Exactly.
Isn't that right?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Her mic cut out a little bit there. But
Yeah.
that's what it
Well
said.
put. Well put, Sarah.
Do we have a second to Sarah's motion?
Aaron seconded.
Yeah, Aaron second.
Is that the only place that we needed to address the change, Cam? So you're okay?
Yes, it is.
Any further discussion?
Madam
John?
Chairman, I'm going to support it because it says may, it does not make them do it, so it allows them to exercise prudential judgment in the situation.
Right.
Secondly, my only question, Cam, is this something that you would want to work through with the Covenants Committee?
We actually prefaced this meeting with an email to them, letting them know that this would be a discussion point and that might be a change that the board was considering. And I believe that we're good.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to call the question then to Sarah's motion that supports approval of this resolution 12 with the change of shall not to may enter.
Bob has his hand up there.
I think he's voting.
Oh,
Right.
Yes, I'm voting.
Favor.
Aye.
Ayes. Anyone opposed?
Opposed from Ben.
Opposed from Ben. So I believe it was 8-1. Am I correct on that? And it passes. Okay, Cam, you have another item you wanted to share with us tonight.
Yes, and also I did share that information with the DRB. That was one of the things that the BOC asked, and the DRB vice chairs and chair did see the resolution. They did not have comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Cam.
No problem. Going into the next item, which is related to the affected party for DRB applications. The concern has been for a while that the DRB has been reviewing applications for cluster standards from individual members and then approving the application for their proposed element, so let's say roofing, and that element is not within the cluster standard. The DRB then, in essence, creates a cluster standard on behalf of the cluster association instead of the cluster association taking their right to submit an application or not submit an application for a type of element that should be reviewed by the DRB and then approved by the DRB, not approving an applicant's application for a roofing that is not submitted by the cluster association. And so in an effort to protect Reston Association's interest in applications being reviewed by the DRB, we are recommending that designated staff file an affected party statement on all applications reviewed by the DRB at panel and full design review board. This actually gives an opportunity for us to appeal a decision if the DRB approves an application that is not consistent with what we believe to be accurate in establishing cluster standards on behalf of the cluster association instead of the cluster association going through the process of submitting an application. There are some concerns that the board needs to be aware of as we discuss this, which is one, this can create an issue, a bad perception from Reston Association members because a member is going to be submitting an application for something that they may want that the cluster association has not established as a cluster standard. And in essence, we would be preventing that member from having that modification that route, not necessarily not having it, but they would need to work with their cluster association to have their cluster association submit that application to establish the cluster standard. In addition, we do have some concerns that the DRB may not like having an affected party statement against all panel and full board applications or having their decisions appealed for either misapplication of a guideline or submitting new information. I did have a conversation with the DRB chair related to this process. And since I had that conversation back in August or September, I believe, the DRB has made a valued effort in being consistent and not establishing cluster standards through members' applications, but encouraging the member to work with their cluster association to submit an application. And Megan and I have been working very diligently in working with clusters to make that happen. And so we just think that this is a nice fail-safe to ensure that Reston Association does not take any risk in having the DRB approve applications, which we do not believe they have the authority to when reviewing cluster standards. And so there's the form that was created, and that form can actually be used by any member on any affected party statement if they so choose, but we do have specified blocks, check boxes that would be representative of the RA board of directors filing an affected party And that would be on all panel and full board applications, because those applications, just so everyone is aware, staff and consultation level applications can still be reviewed. But if there's an affected party on an application, it automatically makes that application be reviewed at the panel or full board instead of being staff or consultation reviewable, which means that there is already a delay because there's an affected party statement on an application. So we're falling in line with already having panel and full board decisions be where we file the affected party statements.
Any questions of Cam on this particular recommendation? Mike?
Yeah, Kim, would this just be for cluster standards applications or any application?
It would be for any application that comes to panel or full board.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I think there are probably situations where the DRB takes action that we may not act, even with respect to a particular lot or covenant committee, where staff may have a differing view than the DRB. And this allows us to have an interest, have a say in what comes before the DRB. So I agree with this position, this proposal.
Anyone else wish to comment? I'm also in support of it. If there's no further discussion, then I'm going to make it.
May I ask just one question here? So I know, having submitted one of these within the last year, that if someone declares themselves an affected party, that kicks it to a higher level, I believe, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I would hate for RA through its staff to unnecessarily kick reviews up to a higher level. So are you saying, Cam, that we would do this in every case, or we would choose cases in which we did it?
We would, to answer your question, we would automatically assign affected party statement to all panel and full board meetings so that that does not delay their application being reviewed. So if you file an affected party for an application that's staff reviewable, that then means that application is no longer staff approvable just because there was an affected party statement that gets kicked up to the panel meeting or the full board meeting. So we're not going to file an affected party statement on staff reviewable applications or consultation reviewable applications, because those can be quickly expedited. We're not going to delay the member in getting their request through.
Good.
And that I didn't remember whether that kind of language was in your proposal. That is in your proposal. It's only for panel or full board reviews.
That is correct.
Okay, I have no problem then.
Right, then I would like to move to direct designated staff member to file an affected party statement on all applications reviewed at panel and full design review board levels. Is there a second? Sarah? All in favor? Or, well, discussion, anyone? Okay, let's go for the vote. All ayes? Ben?
Aye from Ben.
Okay, passes unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, now we're to Hank.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, I get what?
No, I said you get 3 minutes. No, just kidding. Sorry.
No, I can do it in 2. Mike, if you don't, and you know, I love Cam. He's doing a great job.
Yes.
As is the whole staff. While Mike, if you can make the screen larger, while we're getting this up, and I promise to go through it concisely. I just wanted to address, John had asked me to address 2 issues. One had to do with the pie chart and the other had to do with the floating dock. Is this a time you'd like me to address those, John?
Not necessarily, Hank.
Okay, then I'll hold off for time's sake, and I certainly address it with an email to the board. First of all, the way this is going to be put together, you all have received the CEO's quarterly update, which is truly an end of the year update. It receives multiple pages. I believe it's 8 pages, as well as there's an appendix, which includes the a survey done to test to get data back from our members on how they'd like to see our new website. The way this is structured is that we're going by the goals that were established for RA between 2020 and 2022. And I'm identifying where we've met some of those goals, achieved some of them, both in the quarter and towards the end of the year. Chris is going to come along when I'm finished, and he's going to give the more detailed update on where we are with the capital piece. So that's how this is going to flow right now. So Mike, if you could go to the next slide, please. I also was a lot of wonderful pictures were shared with me. I thought I would start off by just saying and sharing with all of you what I think we all have been experiencing. I think we're all anxious as this young trick-or-treater is to see 2020 go away. COVID-19 has impacted all our lives, and here are just some images and a little bit, background on what's going on for staff. Just to kind of put it in perspective, since March, we've actually had 11 positive COVID-19 cases. 11 staff members have been diagnosed. That's actually 10% of our full-time staff. The most recent one I was notified of was this morning. And that is with roughly half our staff working from home. And I'm told this is a typical example of what's going on in most businesses. Additionally, we've had 14 of our staff members be affected, meaning they were identified as through contact tracing, which then required them to go through our quarantine protocol and stay home and get tested. And then another 18 staff members who were identified of being exposed outside of RA and have to go through the same sort of testing and protocol. We have been, everyone's been wearing masks. Or the one picture on the upper left hand, I think, is rather, interesting in that staff members are talking between a plastic shield. And even when they didn't have masks on, as the slide in the lower right-hand corner shows, they maintain 6 feet distance. So I think it's safe to say we're all anxious for COVID to go away and for 2020 to be over. It has been truly one of the most challenging years I've ever been associated with managing an organization, and I think others would say the same. Next slide, please. So to go into the first goal that we've been asked to address during, for the strategic plan was increased non-assessment revenue. You all know we haven't done it, and in fact, this year we were scheduled to generate for 2020 about $4.1 million in non-assessment revenue. What we're more than likely what Tom and his team are projecting we'll finish the year with is about 1.26 million, and that we will have missed our mark for this year by about 2.84 million. Many of the reasons, in fact, all of the reasons are COVID related. All summer camps were canceled. Rec Pass sales were well below normal. Our aquatics, tennis, and other events performed well below what was expected. Our rental programs, for the most part, had to be canceled. Our sponsorship, we were doing very, very well leading into the year for sponsorships for this year. They all basically had to be returned, and we're working on getting those coming back in future years. However, the one thing I will tell you is we all have an incredible staff here at Reston Association. And at 1024, I'd also say we have an incredible board. There's a lot of folks that are really committed to making sure that we do wonderful things. And all of you on the screen right now are doing that, as well as the staff. They were incredibly nimble this year and were pivoting a lot. Many of the full-time staff that had other jobs went and started doing especially once we opened the pools to take on additional duties. And the one thing that they all did is found a way to save money. And so when you look at and fiscal committee saw this yesterday, as you looked at how much money has been saved, basically of the money that we have saved this year, which is significant, only 700,000 of it is related to seasonal staffing. Well, and I'll show that in the next slide. Additionally, we are projecting to have a small surplus this year of about $380,000. So not only did we not meet our goal for non-assessment revenue, and not only did we not, a lot of the things that generate that not be able to take place, the staff has been so focused on making sure that we not only provide good service, but control the expenses, that we're going to have a surplus. Can I go to the next slide, please, Mike? And one of the other goals was for 2020 to 2022, and I know many of us look at this very carefully, is how do we look to eliminate inefficiencies and to implement cost-cutting measures. COVID-19 has literally sparked about 3.2 million in cost reductions this year. And we also have looked at some of those reductions, and some of them are staffing. So we have a couple of vacant positions this year, actually 5 or 6 right now. One of them we're electing not to fill to see if one of our current staff members can fulfill those duties going forward. And the others we're really delaying when we're going to look to fill those positions in 2021 and to see if we can get by without them. So that's one way to determine if we're going to be working more efficiently, is to test. And I think in some cases, we're going to be able to say that we can get by without some of these additional staff. Also, we are putting together a stop doing list. And some of the things on cost savings that we found, for example, had to do with printing, had to do with postage, and how do we communicate with our audience, our members. And so basically we have cut significantly from print material that we're putting together, how we're mailing it. And I've mentioned to you all several times that we are a biophilic city. And as the RASER report just showed, we need to look at different ways of how we take care of our environment. And so we are reducing the VDOT mowing schedule that we have, which we're paid to do 3 times a year along all our highways. We're reducing that down from doing it 24 times to 8 times. It's still more than we're paid to do, but we think it's going to, we know it's going to save us money. Those 3 items right there alone are going to save us about $250,000 in 2021. Next slide, please. And we learned about that through making some of the adjustments this year. Looking at how do we take action to improve the experience of the current employees. And we've actually put together, and we have an employee group that's working on all of this. We've asked them to share their ideas, and they've come up with a lot of interesting ideas, which we're putting in place. And the other thing that we are looking to also do is surveying, where people feel comfortable to tell us what they think. And the end of the year survey actually starts next week and will be completed by the time prior to the board meeting in January. So we will have the total end of the year numbers of how the staff felt about the year and how they felt about their positions then. But we also have looked at things like voluntary separation. And I think we've all heard this several times before. In 2018, we had a significant number of staff who left the organization. In 2019, it was down to about 9%. And this current year, it's at 8%. So we're making progress. We think we're doing fairly well. Our HR department has put in heightened safety and emergency compliance centered around primarily COVID. And they've dealt with 8 governor executive orders, and they've put in a new temporary workplace standards like what I just mentioned. If you think you've been exposed, you're going to work from home and you're going to be into quarantine. There's also one of the things I was very proud of the HR department as we looked into putting the budget together for 2021 was how can we get the biggest bang for our investment when it comes to benefits. And they worked out I think a very strong deal, arrangement for both our health and our health benefits, which are keeping it essentially the same. We also this year transitioned to a virtual onboarding system. For example, I didn't meet Cam in person until after he'd been on the job for a couple of weeks. So we did all our interviews through Zoom and things like that. And so it's proven that it can work because we've been able to hire some really wonderful people. And then also the Glassdoor ratings that our HR department tracks right now is showing that staff and people that have been with us and have left us still rate being employed by RA very high, 4.1 on a 5 scale. So that's kind of where we are with making improvements so that the current employees feel positive about their work experience. Can you get the next slide, please, Mike? Collaborating with community organizations and businesses to foster a one rest in. And this is where there was an enormous amount, I think, of really creative activity that went out. And I was, again, very, very proud of the organization. And several of the things we did kind of fit in a couple of categories. So you might hear a little bit of repeat as we go through them. But even though we weren't able to do summer camps, the staff came up with and were able to implement this Camps in a Box. And hopefully all of you, all the board members received one. It was our way of a very, very inexpensive way of saying thank you and showing to you all what these are. So you should have gotten one on your front porch or your steps or at your door. If you didn't know what it was, I know I got a call from one board member saying, "What is this?" It was not a bomb. It's actually a lot of fun. And the reason they came up with it is because we couldn't get the children a camp experience, but we wanted to help because a lot of people with young children were at home with them and they wanted something to do. So they came up with a series of these Camps in a Box. To date, we sold over 550 of them. Not that they weren't a big money maker, but they did indeed make a profit. We worked with Dogwood Elementary and Fairfax Department of Family Services to provide these free of charge to families that had the need. And we also, if you see the picture with the 3 children with a bicycle, we weren't able to do the kids triathlon this year. And we usually provide bicycles for that. So we had 12 bicycles sitting around. So the staff said, wouldn't it be nice if we provided these bikes to families in need? And working again through Fairfax County Department of Family Services, they were able to give 12 bikes away to children that needed them. And then we also, with masks and other things, still did things like Fairy Festival, the Halloween with the Owls. The one beautiful picture, the father and son with the green hands there at the bottom, that was one of our Camps in a Box. And even this past Sunday, folks had cookies with Santa at Brown's Chapel. And there are some wonderful pictures of them behind the plastic screen interacting with Santa. Certainly none of the children sat on Santa's lap. Next slide, please. In that same frame of one rest in, we participated in the South Lakes graduation this year. And it's what a couple of those slides towards the bottom are showing. It was really, really challenging for those students who had spent all this time at school not be able to have an official graduation, but they did have a parade. And while it was not like a graduation, we felt very honored, and the board members and the staff members that were able to participate were really grateful that they were able to do this. We also, during Thanksgiving, we worked with several different groups to collect food for the needy, and we used one of Reston's buses and stacked it to the ceiling in order to provide food for those who need it. We had several volunteer Reston hosted days where they did cleanups, they did bluebird nest repairs, and they also did some data collection on some of the trees that, again, the Reston the RASER report was sharing. And we've also have great leaders on our board, including John Mooney and Larry Butler, our Chief Operating Officer, who've been taking a serious and active role in the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force, and also now with the ZMOD, the Zoning Ordinance Modernization, and taking a major initiative and making sure that they're protecting Reston and that the folks in Reston know what's going on. And the last thing that we've been doing so far is we've been looking at how we can partner more impactfully with Reston Community Center. And one of the things that the Parks and Recreation staff has been doing this year, started late summer, and with Reston Community Center, is that we are looking at, we have property, we have land, and they have content. Is there a way that we can merge the two together in 2021 where we can provide entertainment and joyful experiences to the community where Reston Community Center brings their content and they do it on our property? So that it's a win-win-win for everyone. And that is definitely going to happen in 2021. They got some neat ideas that they're putting together. Also along, another important issue was, the land use harmony here in Reston. And this is where there's another repeat of where we've been playing a very active role in the comprehensive plan and with ZMOD. Also, we have retained a land use attorney, John McBride, and his firm. He's given a report. We shared that information with the community. We're holding frequent land use informational and strategy meetings, typically once a month, and we're working with key community influencers like RCA, Reston 2020, and SOS. And our board president, Julie, Larry, and myself have met with the owners of Reston National and Hidden Creek Golf Course to gain a little bit more insight into what they're planning for their properties are. And we've also been working and meeting monthly with Supervisor Alcorn and having very, very positive conversations about where Reston is going, how we can all partner together, and allowing us to have some significant input into what's happening with land use. Can you go to the next slide, please? To talk about preserving members' property values and ensure compliance, you've seen a lot of these wonderful things that Cam has brought to his team. Several of them that I thought were very innovative and have turned out to be very creative have been communication tools. For example, the Cluster Connection, which is a digital online newsletter. And right now, the last data point I received was it's getting about a 60% open rate, which is really, really positive. And they've also come up with the cluster Zoom meetings, the show and tell meetings, and the meet and greets. And they also worked with the local stores here, the Sherwin-Williams store, so that everybody who owns a home or is in a cluster in Reston has the opportunity to get a significant discount on some of the materials they need to maintain their homes. Next slide, please. We also, again, maintaining members' property values and ensuring compliance. Larry and others have worked very, very hard with the Hunter Woods ball field area. I think we all know that's where that tragic murder took place a little over a year ago, and we feel absolutely very positive that we've gotten on the left is what it currently looks like. On the right is the conceptual plan. And that conceptual plan was approved by the board, the DRB, and Fairfax County. So we're getting ready to take that to the next level where ultimately we want to see that the property modified and improved to the way you see the planned improvements on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. We all just had a really positive conversation about the Lake Thoreau poll during the executive session. That is taking place. And so we're going to work a little bit more on the details of concept one. The lower picture is the 1980s view of Lake Thoreau poll soon after it was built. But that is going to take place. And that is going to help increase the property values and ensure compliance. Next slide, please. This one was to develop 100% customer satisfaction. And we're striving. As one member once told me, why are you setting a goal of 100% customer satisfaction? You'll never reach it. And my only response back was, well, do you want me to set the goal of 90%? So we're striving for 100% customer satisfaction, and we're grateful when we get the feedback that something isn't communicating well, like during the members' comments today. I am going to be looking into that pie chart and finding out exactly what's wrong. But we can't fix it unless the information is shared with us. But there are a couple of things that I thought had really demonstrated our improvement in how we're striving for 100% customer satisfaction. The first was we learned that we had a website problem, and that there were some serious issues with it. Our IT department discovered it. And within 24 hours, and with the help of several board members, we were able to get a temporary new website up. And to date, people are liking it. So I can assure you that the new website that we're going to put up, they're going to like even better, because the next picture coming down on the right-hand side is just a shot of one of the questions, one of 36 questions we asked our membership to share with us of what they would like to see as part of a new website. And we've got some really strong answers back. The other thing that happened is we needed to be able to communicate with all our membership. None of us had ever heard, I was not a Zoom, I'd never heard of Zoom a year and a half ago. Now we use it virtually every day. And that's what this meeting's on right now. And I was very proud of both our communications team, our board liaison, and our IT staff for figuring out and helping the key folks that need to do it to learn how to master this. And they're doing it very, very well. Also, covenants, as you can see from Cam, one of his great attributes is customer service. And one of the things he and his staff did earlier this summer was go through a complete retraining. And that's what the fourth picture down on the right is showing. One of their sessions where they're retraining about both how you deal with the internal customers and how you deal with the external customers. And I think it's paying dividends. And finally, the final example I'll share is we had some significant challenges last year with how our members' payment portal, how people paid their assessments online. We needed to get that right this year more than ever because of COVID. And so far it's been launched and we are getting virtually no complaints. People are saying it's easy, they like it, and it's going well. Next slide, please. Also, this is just a slide. I won't go through all of it, but this is an example of Cam's team going out and meeting with clusters. To date, they have met with 45 different clusters. And as part of those groups, they've had 77 decision makers from those clusters. These are people that make up the boards of those clusters, whether they be president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, or at-large members. They have 77 of these folks attend these communication sessions that they've offered, and it's paying dividends. And this is going to continue in 2021. I believe the goal, I know the goal in 2021 is to literally have every cluster have gone through this experience. Next slide, please. The other thing we launched for the first time this year was really professional social media. And there's a lot of metrics that you can look at when you look at social media, but we brought on staff and we were learning this year. And this is just two slides that talk about reach and engagement. And if you look at the first one on the left-hand side, which is reach, and reach is simply the number of people who see your content, that the actual number of unique individuals who've actually seen what you're posting. And for last year, actually through the end of November, it's over 970,000 people. The more key component to this is the engagement, and that is the actual number of people that have interacted. They said they like it, like what they've seen, made a comment, or they have shared or saved it. And that is still a significant number. That's over 58,000 folks. What we learned from doing this first year is that when we do social media posts, our audience really enjoys learning about our amenities, our pools, our tennis courts. They enjoy learning about our environmental things, the RASER report, and other things that are associated with community history. I'm sorry to disappoint all of us, but they really aren't that excited about board meetings, DRB meetings, or advisory committees. That doesn't mean they don't want to be involved, because they do, especially during key moments like the budget. And tonight's meeting was well attended because we really pushed Doug Britt's presentation on the RASER report, which I think we're very excited to hear. But for the most part, we're learning about what social media is impactful for our audience and how we should be pushing it. And if anyone is very curious about all the details and all the metrics, certainly Mike Leone and his social media staff can explain in more detail at another time. Next slide, please. I'm also going to say I am incredibly proud and very, very happy with our IT department. There's a couple of things on this. This is the first floor of the headquarters floor plan. And one of the things that Chris was able to accomplish through the tenant improvements that we have for the building with a new lease is literally to set up an IT new office space, workspace, and training center on the first floor where the majority of the folks are working. Prior to that, they were kind of spread around. And so you can see that that circle is in the lower corner, is just right across from Covenants, very close to Parks and Rec. Next time you're in the building and it's safe, I'd love to show it to you. And I know that Claire and her team would like to show it off. But as of today, 98% of all of our data that we had on file servers has been moved to the cloud. Literally, and Claire, I've asked Claire to come to the next board meeting in January to give a much detailed report. Literally all the things she pointed out last year at this time that needed to get done in 2020 has been done. I'm exceedingly proud of what they've been able to do during a really, really challenging time. So I'll save the rest of that report for Clara, who, as I said, will be with us in 3 or 4 weeks when we have our next meeting. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, I'm going to let Chris do the majority of the majority of the capital project discussion and update. But I also want to tell you how proud I am of Chris and his team. When he goes through the fourth quarter project highlights, he's going to share with you how many projects have been done. He's going to share with you it's been 83. That includes Lake Ann, which among other things had 750 tons of sediment removed out of the lake. But he's had 83 projects done, which the next closest year was in 2019 when he was leading it, and they had 71. And the 2 previous years, they didn't even get to 50 projects. And not that spending money is something we like to do, but we're maintaining these assets for the community. And I think it's one of the largest spends that's ever been accomplished by REST in any given year. And it's 3.82 million is what they're projecting between now and the end of the year. Chris will a total between the year finishes. So Chris will explain that and just here in a second, but I'm just really, really proud of the work they've done. And those of you who've been down to Lake Ann, I think can see the quality of what's been accomplished. The other thing that's taking place right now that is really, really a positive thing is the Recreation Facilities Working Group led by Director Tom Mulcairn. And they are working on a decision matrix that's going to allow us to look at those amenities, that is allowing us to look at those amenities that over the next 5 to 10 years are going to need major renovations and help us decide, make some hard decisions around those. And that's going to be a wonderful and very important tool for all of you as some of these decisions need to be made. Can I go to the last slide, please? One of the things the CEO needs to do, I think, besides kind of give an update of how the year went, also is start talking a little bit about strategic issues, the way he or she sees them. And one of the big issues, I believe that, and we all, I think, embrace this, is this notion that we're in business to serve our members. And one of the biggest things we have to do to serve them is both to preserve and increase members' property values. That was one of the issues in conversations around the Resolution 5, whether or not we can go and inspect people's backyards. And the reason to do that is what's going on in somebody else's property impacting the home value of our members. I don't know if you've all done this, but recently I've gone on Google and just done a simple search. And I've asked this simple question: what are the best places to live in Virginia? And I would suggest that you all do that because it's very interesting what comes up. The first three that I was able to come across, only one of them rated Reston, and it rated us number 48. Money Magazine, which listed the 20 best, did not list us at all. They listed a lot of homes, or listed a lot of communities around us, but they didn't list us. And as I thought about that, I got angry because I see so many of the positive things that are here in Reston, but I also started to think, well, what is it that we need to do or think about doing as we continue to think about preserving and increasing members' property values? Because one of the things that will do that is being rated as one of the best places to live in Virginia. So these strategic things that I believe some of them we're working on and some of them I think we need to consider to work on include the following. Identify the total comprehensive cost associated with either rejuvenating, renovating, replacing, or retiring current major Reston Association amenities scheduled for substantial work over the next 5 to 10 years. That is what I just shared that the Recreation Facilities Working Group has come up with a matrix on, and their work is scheduled to be done by the end of February, early March. So we're anxious to see where they are, but taking that to the next step after their work is done, I think is also very, very important. I think we also, from staff, need to start looking at making recommendations and maybe accurate cost benefit projections associated with optimizing any of Reston Association's existing amenities for year-round utilization. What does that mean? Many communities make their tennis courts and swimming pools available year-round. Is that something that would add value and make our members feel it's a better community? So that's a question that needs to be asked, and I think we also as staff need to look at that seriously, what it's going to cost, and give you the information. We need to identify any amenities Reston Association lacks that members would like to see added along with their costs. That's also something I think the Facilities Recreation Working Group is working on. I think that's going to take a little bit more time. Some of that initial work was done with the brand and market study. I think some more needs to be done, but I think it's an important question and an important focus, a strategic focus. We need to identify any major new project which Friends of Reston can be asked to support through capital campaigns. I just went, several of us were in the Friends of Reston meeting last night, or the night before last, where they said, you know what, we know we're in the business of raising money, but you haven't asked us for any projects. You haven't given us any major projects really since the Walker Nature Center. Is there a major project we should be thinking about and presenting to Friends of Reston and helping them raise funds for? I also believe, and I really enjoyed Doug's presentation of the RASER report, but I do believe that we as a group need to start identifying substantial actions Reston Association should consider initiating in support of its biophilic designation and its RASER's report projected concerns. I'm a horticulturist and a former arborist, so I know exactly what Doug's talking about when you have these northern trees that are at their southern limit, and as the climate starts to get warmer, those trees are going to decline. They're going to be susceptible to more and more disease and insects, and we're going to lose some of those hardwoods out of our forests over the next 20 to 30 years. Is there something we should be doing about that? Or is there something else that's more important or just as important? So I think that's a question we need to be asking ourselves. Should that become a budget line item of some sort? And then I think we also, staff needs to really identify community partnership opportunities, which we should consider pursuing more vigorously that we're currently not. And then finally, identify new sources of revenue Reston Association currently is not pursuing, which it should consider pursuing as it moves forward. And that is not just some of the things that were mentioned in last year's budget. Those are easy things, you know, growing camps and that sort of thing. But is there other revenue sources that we haven't even considered. And I think that takes a strategic approach and a team effort to kind of figure that out. So that's kind of where I am. And if you wouldn't mind going and putting Chris up, Chris will share the capital side, and then we can move on.
Before we go to Chris, there's two pieces that I need to do, and we will get to Chris. One is I need to move to extend our meeting. I'm going to recommend we extend it to 11:30 p.m. I'm hopeful we will not need to do that, but that's the first order of business as we're reaching 10:57. So if I could have a second to my motion to
Second.
you, Karen, and all in favor. Begrudgingly, I know, but yes, 1, 2, 3. I think I saw 6 eyes. Yes, 6 eyes.
5 from men.
Okay, so that's us. 7, Mike. I think that was an eye, and John. So it passes. Great, we got it. Okay, the second thing I wanted to, just because I know it's a lightning rod element, I wanted to clarify that our meetings with Preston National and Hidden Creek were in the vein of being good neighbors, and where there might be mutually beneficial actions such as stream restoration, runoffs, the watershed, trails, trail signage, tree removals. Where do covenants apply? There was a question from one of them about plats and legal things. So it's not, they're not saying, hey, we know that, like Hidden Creek, we know that Alcorn has said no, so we're not talking about changing any resolution or position that we've taken on the golf courses. I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Can I ask a request? Can the board members get sort of a meeting minutes with even the meetings with like Walter Alcorn, just to know what's the agenda, what's being discussed, so we're in their loop?
Sure, we'll put that into executive session, and we'll cover some of that then.
Okay.
So I was going to suggest that tonight's executive session, item N, that was not needed, and we could remove that from the agenda. About that. And I was also going to suggest that we defer item L, transparency consent calendar, once again, because I think we've gone a long time tonight, and those are 2 things that we could remove tonight. So if you would accept those motions to remove both item L and item N from the agenda tonight. Is that a so moved, Bob Petrine? That was a second, I think, from Bob. Yes? No? He's on mute. So do I have a second on those?
From Tom.
Thank you, Aaron. And all in favor of removing the executive session and deferring the transparency discussion?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. I didn't see any nays. Right, okay. Thank
Chris.
Hi there. Okay. Make sure everything pops up here. You guys can see the presentation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. So I want to give you guys a 2020 capital projects overview. So starting off with some highlights. As Hank has mentioned, we've completed $3.8 million in work as we're projecting this year. So that's 3 of the 121 projects. 121 projects include not only the 2020 approved projects, but as well as any carry forwards. And not included in that count is the HQ tenant improvement project. For contracting, we've developed or developing the 21 through 23 on-call engineering RFP. And we've also negotiated and executed over 70 contracts. And that's all been done in a remote environment. So it's been quite a challenge, but it's been successful for the most part. Reporting, we've been developing the future capital expenditure models. And we also did a revised 2021 capital budget. And for communications and engagement, The Lake Throw Pool Community Project, which was a big push to get a lot of community engagement on that, as well as I've done, or others in my department have done, 8 capital related YouTube videos for the public. So touching on a couple highlighted projects in Q4, so the asphalt projects. We've milled, repaired, paved, and striped 4 parking lots at Uplands, Lake Newport Tennis, Lake House, and Central Services Facility. The pathway paving work is going to be continuing on into next year. Unfortunately, we were unable to complete it this year. We had some struggles with some access agreements and getting those obtained. And then the weather window came in, which kind of stopped that project short. So we'll pick that back up again when the weather warms back up. But in the bottom, you can kind of see the before, during, and after at the Lake House and Lake Newport Tennis parking lot. Another project is the Uplands Pool Roof and Office. So this project entailed the complete replacement of the Uplands Pool roof with a new membrane as well as new skylights. We've also extended the roof line to cover open these open skylights that were there before. You can kind of see a before and a in progress picture. I don't have an updated one that is with it complete just yet, but it's getting done. In the bottom, you can see the before and after of the roof line. We also did a lot of repairs as well. We found 25 sections of rotted sheathing beneath that roof, which was obviously, contributing to a lot of the leaking we were having. We also had to do some structural repairs to the roof truss that was rotting because of that. At Lake Newport Pool, we did some concrete work on the interior and exterior, replaced 3 sections on the inside. You can see the depiction of that in the top image of the during and then after. These projects helped remove trip hazards and corrected drainage issues. In the front, we also expanded some of the planters to provide them a bit more room to grow, as well as correct a lot of the heaving issues we were having there over time as the concrete is moved and settled. At the Audubon, as you may know, these projects were delayed, unfortunately, to the mid part of January. We ran into some issues with the materials for the trash racks as well as the gate valves. So the trash racks are actually being galvanized in Maryland. So that's some complications with that, you can imagine. And then the gate valves are coming from Canada. So between those 2 parts, we weren't able to get them in time. So we've had to push the project out. But that'll involve the replacement of some gate valves, and the 50% portion, or that circled piece of the image to the top right there, is what we're replacing. For this project, we'll be lowering Lake Audubon and only Lake Audubon approximately 8 feet to conduct the repairs as well as the inspections. We'll be sure to be giving a lot of forward notice to the community once we do plan to get the water level lowered. But for right now, we're not going to be expected to start that until the mid half of January. So getting to some comparisons. As you can see here, we have an image showing the money executed, the carry forwards, the deferreds, and budget variance. If you have a question of what a difference between a carry forward and a deferred is, a carry forward project is something that has been executed in this year, and we plan to continue it into next year and complete it. A deferred project is one that doesn't have any progress thus far, and is not going to be done next year, but it's going to get pushed out to 2022 and beyond. Some of those projects include the Lake Newport Tennis, as I mentioned a while back. Because we found some foundational issues with the light pole footers, we've decided it's going to be a lot more beneficial to look at this project more comprehensively. And so we pushed that project out to 2022 to give us more time to sort of fully imagine and evaluate that site more holistically. But from the money execution standpoint, we've actually had a 33% improvement over 2019 with a projected $3.85 million in spend. The carry forwards are going to be just under $2 million, so that's a mild improvement from the previous years. And then the budget variance is going to be around $360,000. That is an increase from last year. However, keep in mind, it was a much larger project load this year than we did in previous years. That still only represents maybe about a 1.2% variance overall. So from the just project count perspective, so we've completed 83 projects versus 71 in 2019. We have 9 deferred projects. Again, a lot of those are the tennis projects as well as a few others. I'll get into those later. And then carry forwards, we're pretty much carrying forward the exact same number we had last year, 29. Diving into a bit more detail regarding the carry forwards, 40% of that carry forward budget is in tennis. That's going to be projects related to Hook Road and Autumnwood. Because of permits, we weren't able to get those projects executed very far this year. We were able to get maybe some of the lighting work done at Autumnwood, but the majority of the work's going to get done next year instead. For pools, that's 17%. Most of that's Lake Throw. And then for ball fields, that's Running Cedar. We're evaluating that site a bit further to determine exactly the best course of action after we did some soil sampling. And then next to it, you can see the project count, what makes up that total percentage. For deferred projects, 43% of that is in tennis. So that is for the Lake Newport tennis. For docks and lakes, that majority of that is from the Lake Ann Dam. So you just kind of see a breakout of all of those and the counts next to that as well. Now this is just an overview snapshot. This is as of today. We still have several large invoices to clear, including those parking lots that I just mentioned. So as of today, we've spent 3.2 million, and we're projecting $360,000 variance. But overall, for the end of the year, we're going to be around 3.8 million with a $1.97 million carry forward and a deferred project total of 453,000. With that, I'm also requesting, and I'll get into this later with a motion request, is to carry forward an additional $50,000 as a contingency for the Hook Road Tennis project. Now, this is primarily due to the fact that there's not a lot of contingency next year in the capital budget. Lake Throw Pool, which is about 60% of next year's budget, is carrying its own contingency. And so that isn't available to all the other projects. So we only have about $50,000 to cover any type of unforeseen circumstance of those projects or any sudden emergency projects that may come up. So I thought it would be beneficial to perhaps use some of that $360,000, some of the variance, I should say, to cover an added contingency for that project for next year. So getting into 2021, just kind of a quick outlook. Some of the things we'll be doing will be utilizing the capital webpage improvements alongside the overall webpage improvement. And we'll be also looking at some evaluations of asset management systems and ArcGIS that we might propose as a new budget item for 2022. We'll also be working on the on-call engineering contract, like I mentioned prior. And then for some major projects, we have Hook Road Tennis as well as the ball field, and of course, Lake Throw Pool. And we'll also be doing some coordination with fiscal committee on the capital planning and forecasting moving forward. So as I just mentioned, a suggested motion, as I'm requesting, is to move to allocate an additional $50,000 from the 2020 capital budget variance towards the Hook Road Tennis renovation projects. Should you wish to omit this, that contingency sum will just go back into the overall capital budget variance, which would increase it from that 360,000 to the 410. Is there any questions?
I see none. Is that the end of your presentation? Ending,
it is.
Ending with an ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would anyone like to grant Chris his ask by making this motion?
I so move.
Thank you, John.
Second.
Second from Karen. Any discussion on this motion?
I just say excellent report, Chris, and excellent performance of the program this year.
Thank you.
I second that too.
Yeah, I second that one. I love seeing completion.
As do I.
Yes. So I'm going to call for the vote on the motion suggested by Chris, made by John, seconded by Karen. All in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we?
Aye from Ben.
Good for Ben. And do we still have Mike? Oh, Mike's there. Okay, so any nays? I think not. We'll pass unanimously then. Onward.
Thank you.
I believe the next item, if I've got this correct, is anything that Tom would like to share about the Recreational Facilities Working Group.
Yes, and I think we're gonna have some slides. I'll try to make this very quick. Okay, great. Tonight, I'd like to quickly give you an update on the Recreation Facility Working Group. First, I'd like to thank everyone in the group for volunteering their time to assist in this project. And as we've discussed in prior meetings, the working group was established to assist the board of directors in identifying and evaluating facilities owned by restaurant associations. The fact is, we have a number of facilities that, due to their age, will require the board to decide if we should retain those facilities in its current use or repurpose the facilities going forward. If we get to the next slide. Okay, tonight's focus is on the facility investment decision matrix tool that Hank was referring to. As a group, a majority of our time has been spent on creating this tool to be used by the board. Of course, our charter outlines, we still have a lot of work to complete, and we'll be working on that. And I would like to invite the public to join us in our upcoming meetings. Our next meeting is scheduled for January 7th at 6:30 p.m., of course, on Zoom. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide outlines the workflow overview, which identifies the steps required to initiate a project. Next slide. The group has been focusing on facilities that may require major repairs in the next 5 years. The community needs will be identified through community engagement process. This is similar to what was done at Lake Thoreau Pool to engage the local community. As mentioned, our group spent a lot of time creating this tool, and a big part of it was determining the percentages for each of the 4 main components, which are community need at 40%, equity at 20%, financial at 15%, and condition for 25%. The following slide will go into a lot more detail. Let's see, community need is based on 3 criteria. The facility gap. Are there adequate facilities of this type across the community? Meaning, do we have a surplus or a shortage of that type of facility? Usage, is that facility being used by the community? Neighborhood value, beyond usage, is this the facility valued by the neighborhood? Unfortunately, we do have a good stats on the pool usage, on the programs that we offer, and passes being purchased by tennis members. Next slide, please. Okay, equity. The criteria asks for our facilities which are close by and accessible. Plus, are there any existing barriers to its actual use? Next slide. Financial. The criteria asked are the operational, the maintenance and replacement costs high or low? What is the cost per visit? We need to consider if a facility should be repurposed with something else that the community would prefer and use. Next slide. Okay, condition. Criteria again consists of two items. Have we made any substantial capital investments in the last 5 years? And does the facility appear out of date and in need of repair? Next slide. Okay, decision point number 1 for the board. Using the tool based on the score from the matrix tool, will the board retain the facility in its current use or repurpose it? Next slide. If a facility is determined to be repurposed, the project will be assigned to PRAC. We will engage stakeholders, which include users of the facility and surrounding neighbors. And we'll also engage the physical committee to assess in terms of financing the project. Next slide. All right, so through the process, we hope the community will enjoy the renovated or repurposed facilities. I tried to make it within 3 minutes. I think I did it. I don't know whether we have anybody else except for the board here to ask questions, but if there's anybody that has questions, or myself, Larry, or Laura, please fire away. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Continue to
for the 3 minutes.
pass, but thank you for the update. Appreciate that. Mr. Petrine, Treasurer's Report.
I've turned off my video because my internet is really kludgy tonight, but I'm going to grab my screen because it'll be easier for me. Can everybody see the November 2020 financial package?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go through this very quickly. Should take about a minute. It's composed of 6 pages. The first page is a summary of revenues, expenses, and cash position. And the reason I'm going to mention this is because at the end, I'm going to provide a review of my observations about finances at the end of the month. Page 2 is a detail of the revenue. And as you can see, total revenue is down about almost 1.5 million versus budget. Well, and everybody knows that it's largely as a result of the COVID. Page 3 is a functional cost analysis, major by major component. Interestingly enough, against budget, we had a positive variance. In other words, we did better than we had originally projected at 2.35 million about. Page 4 is a cost center. So these are captured by, excuse me, by senior leadership and by logical cost centers. Maintenance and environmental management, covenants, administrative services, finance, communications, recreational services, and management services. Page 5 is the balance sheet, which I'm not going to spend a great deal of time looking at. And page 6 is at November 30th, what the reserve balances were. So I'm going to shift over to some observations that I made about revenues and expenses and cash position, which are on the first page. So while gross revenues are a little over 5% below what they were in November of 2019, operating expenses are also significantly below what they were by 8.8%. You can see the numbers here that it is a significant savings, and on a net basis, net revenue totaled 4.8 million, or almost 6% better than at this time last year. Of the 1.458 million decline in revenues, 1.27 million of those, or 87%, were a result of limited summer programming. And you can see the impact on a net basis of not having summer camps, having limited pool availability, negligible rentals, and that includes the nature center, and then lower tennis usage. I'm going to then slip over and talk briefly about cash. Excuse me. Total cash is down about 250,000 over where it was in November of 2019. But as you can see, operating cash is about $650,000 greater than it was at last year. The big difference in the decline in overall cash position was due primarily to the number and cost of capital projects started and or completed in 2020, as Chris Schumacher just spoke about before. Now, one of the differences that you're going to see here in the numbers for those people that focus on the detail are slight differences in the results. And those are largely because these numbers were as of November 30th, and Chris has brought forward his numbers to today and then projected them through year end. The next thing I'd like to talk about is accounts receivable. You know, the impact of COVID. What has happened in terms of receipt of assessments this year over last year? And I've included 3 columns here: what it was at the end of October, what it was at the end of November this year, and then a comparison to last year. So how we've done month over month and how we did against 2019, which was a normal year. Gross accounts receivable at the end of October were about 8.8%, which compares to 8.5%. So we are continuing to collect against our accounts receivable. And by comparison with what they were a year ago, they're about 2.1% different. So they're 2.1% higher. The reserve for bad debts still operates at about 0.5%, a little over. And so our net receivables are at a little over right at 8% at the end of November versus about 6% at November of 2019. And when you run through all this, during the month, we collected a net $43,900. Last point I want to bring up, and I bring this up because everything that everybody talks about is absolutely accurate, but it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to represent what I think is my view of how one might look at the capital reserves. So at the end of November, our total capital reserves, which basically foots to the cash position at the top of the sheet, and then also to the cash in the balance sheet, we had $6.4 million in capital reserves. And this includes both RRF and CARF. There were, of that $6.4 million, I call them appropriated funds. So these are dollars that have been approved to be spent, the $463,000 on projects that were in 2019 that have been carried over, $2.4 million in projects to be carried over from 2020. And then as Chris has described, there are a certain amount of deferred projects that we just haven't scheduled as yet. At least at the end of the month was $219,000. So we had total appropriated reserves of the $6.4 million of about $3,100,000. So we have an unappropriated reserves, money that's available for future capital projects of $3.3 million. The standard against which we are evaluating that is set forth in Resolution 3, the Assessments and Finance Resolution 3, which sets up the RRF and the CARF reserve. And if you look at the way that that is calculated, to meet that standard that's in the resolution, we should at the end of the year have $3.4 million set aside in unappropriated reserves. So we have a slight deficiency to the standard. And I think this is a good way to look at it instead of trying to reconcile the numbers back to what the closing cash balance is. So with that, I will turn it over to any questions that people might have about the financials.
I hope you don't have any, because we have 5 minutes for Mr. Mooney to present and us to adjourn, or else I have to extend the meeting.
And I'll stop sharing my, so there we go. You're back.
Okay, John.
You ready?
Go.
Okay. Can we put up Larry's and my PowerPoint? And Larry, why don't I go through the whole thing just to speed it up? Is that okay?
Go for it.
Okay. If we can go right to the second slide, and there we go. So I'm not seeing, is everybody like me seeing only part of the slide?
I can see the whole thing, John.
You can?
I got the whole thing.
Okay, good. So two parts to it. One is ZMOD and the other is the Comprehensive Plan Task Force. So on ZMOD, 3 main points. As the board knows, but not all members listening may not know, the board did send an initial letter to Supervisor Alcorn expressing concerns about the speed of the schedule, the possible impact on Reston Association of Home Businesses and accessory living units. Secondly, we're preparing testimony for Fairfax County Planning Commission's January 28th public hearing on ZMOD. And thirdly, the Board of Supervisors has at least calendared their public hearing for March the 9th. We need to attend to this very well, and I think RA has positioned itself now, here at the end at least, to put in some strong recommendations. On the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force, the pace of work has really picked up. What I want to urge RA members is to give us input on issues that the task force is currently focused on. And you can do so by sending your recommendations to the email address indicated, landuse@reston.org, especially on 4 points. Any transportation issues, whether they're broader transportation issues or specific ones, let us know. Secondly, another topic that we're fully engaged with now in the task force is parks and open space. Again, any issues, let us know. Third, public art. Any issues, let us know. Village center redevelopment. And finally, the One Reston target population, which we've had some presentations on, and several of us are working in a small group to try to do our own critical analysis of that. If anyone has any input on those 5 topics, send us an email at landuse@reston.org. Thank you. And the subsequent slides are all backup information or information on schedules and contact information. I should say that the next task force meeting will be on January the 11th. They're always from 7 to 9 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good job.
Anyone have anything else that they would like to bring up? Do we have any new business in the last 2 minutes? No. So I would say thank you very much to all of my fellow directors and RA staff for, I think, a very jam-packed December meeting, but I thought we accomplished a lot, and I think be safe, have happy holiday break, be well, be kind, and all that. And now, a motion?
I'll move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
To all a good night.
Happy holidays.
Good, everybody.
Happy holidays. Good night,
Good
everybody.
night,
everyone.
Take care.
Be well, be safe.
Bye-bye.